Parker Scott, of course, the only driver so far this season to stand on every podium. So Dowson's a two-time round winner. Ryan Morgan, the other round winner at Warrnambool. So a lot to watch out for in this one. A couple of young guns, Domishan and Dowson, to lead him away. Missing the performance he put in yesterday was outstanding. Jack Bell, of course, former KA3 national champion. Jackson Johnson in there as well. He's been quick, Cohen Day. So we've got a field stacked deep with talent next 30. So we just got to wait now for them to send them. What a great race we're in for. So it looks like we've got a problem there with the 37 of Jack Bell. Is he going to get moving in this one? No, he is exiting the kart. So that's bad news for Jack Bell. Had a good talk to him yesterday. He's really enjoying his racing at the moment. Probably not doing it at the extreme high level he previously has, but very busy with his supercars commitments as the engineer for Matt Payne in the Super 2 Series. So good to see Jack Bell out travelling around and doing some Country Series racing. So Domishan and Dowson to lead him away. Lights are out. Very deep into one. Domishan's off the road. Dowson, or Domishan's going to drop back a heap. So missing into two. Cowie, Johnson, Jabke, Parker Scott. Oh, Jabke's gone round. Benson's had to avoid. He's in the mud. Can he keep it going? He does. So bad luck there for Mav Benson. Just had nowhere to go with the spinning Jabke kart. So it's Dowson away and running. Missing in second. Super impressive yesterday. Not sure about the weaving, but here comes Cowie. Of course, Cowie, a very, very well-credentialed junior, now in the X30 ranks. Makes a gap there with Misson. Johnson now. Will try and move on the inside. Oh, Cowie's off the circuit. So Domishan trying to come back. Sneaks up the inside there. So it's Dowson, Johnston, Misson. Then you've got Domishan. The next cart through is Cohen Day. Then you've got Parker Scott. Derek Rogers is up. He's moved up several positions. Derek Rogers, he's up into position number 8. So Nick Ryan behind, then Christian Cowie, Jabke and Benson. Oh, another manoeuvre now. So Domishan gets past Misson as well. I'm not sure about the Misson kart. Seems very, very twitchy. So Parker Scott goes up on Nick Ryan's off the track now. Brings a little bit of mud back on him and Cowie on. Jabke's right off the track. Parks it up on the Cape Weed and he is OUT out of business. Dowson, though, is putting on a clinic. 36.518 last time by. The time low is 36.360. So he is putting on a clinic, Jacob Dowson. Second place is Johnson Domishan after qualifying on pole. Misson now grabs Day. So little mistake for Day. Here comes Parker Scott. So drops a wheel off. Does Cowie's off again. Proving very, very treacherous up there into the first of the hairpins. But Dowson has checked out.
Can I please have Caleb Polidano come and see Jenny on the out grid, please? Caleb Polidano.
God, who we thought might have been higher in qualifying. Derek Rogers, the next one back. One of the most laid-back races you'll ever meet. If he was any more laid back, he'd need a mattress behind him. Is Will Misson, Cohen Day, And then you've got Nick Ryan, Cowie, through the hairpin that time. Mav Benson, after being massively set back by that spinning Jabke card early on. So Dowson, 35.892 was his previous. 35.902, so he is flying. Johnson sits Domishin. Parker Scott now has worked his way all the way up to and owns the fastest lap of the race now, Parker Scott. A 35.888. So Misson's also grabbed Derek Rogers. Cohen Day has a look up the inside of Rogers now. Crisscross from Rogers. He's the wily veteran in this class. Can't hold on. So Cohen Day has made that position. So 6 more circulations for Jacob Dowson in this opening heat for MFK Racing and Remo Racing, the Iami X30 engine. So a lonely run for 2 of the bookends in this class in Dowson and also Benson. So Benson a long and Dowson a long way in front. So now Nick Ryan also slides up the inside of Rogers. The real entertainment at the moment is this battle between Jackson Johnston, Matt Domishin, and the emergence of Parker Scott. So it looks like the Will Misson cart might have settled down a little bit. Was very twitchy in the early stages. Cohen Day, Nick Ryan, then Rogers, Cowie, and Benson. Benson might have had another little off there. So the 51's going to get parked. So that's Benson out as well. So Dowson goes his merry way. Jackson Johnston's put a little bit of a gap on Domishin, but I tell you, Domishin, at either end of the track where we've got those little flip-flops, he just seems to go get that little bit of a cart length. He's off Domishin. He's in the mud. Can he keep it going? But he's dropped to the back of this field. So just when he made such great progress, he went in so deep and off into the mud. So now Jackson Johnston and Parker Scott. Misson and Cohen Day are in a little bit of a battle as well. So Jackson Johnston, little bit of a wiggle there. Parker Scott look at the outside, look for a crisscross from Scott, but doesn't get it done. Got good pace out of there, but Johnson had done enough. He positioned the car beautifully to block any sort of manoeuvre that Parker Scott might have come up with. Dowson 2 laps remaining. So this battle for second is on in earnest between these 2 young guns, Jackson Johnston and Parker Scott. Johnson goes inside. Scott makes him stay there. So through goes Parker Scott on Johnston. Misson tries to go to the outside. Get it done there. So Dowson to come round and face the last lap board. And then Johnson and Misson. So Misson all of a sudden looks like he's got a steam up, looking to try and take on and potentially snatch 30. Goes for an inside move. And he's got it done. And then Cohen Day's also grabbed that ascendancy. But Jackson Johnson defends. He's going to have another crack at Misson. You can see that coming. Goes back to the inside and gets it done. Misson runs very wide. But your opening heat winner is Jacob Dowson. Parker Scott comes through the last corner. He's going to take second. Jackson Johnson's going to be third. Cohen Day snavelled fourth. Then Ryan, Cowie, Domishin and Rogers. That one for MFK Racing, the Iami X30 engine.
KA4 Junior Heavy, you are next on the grid. KA4 Junior Heavy.
So restricted light out on the circuit now for GK Autos and Hire and DPE Kart Superstore in the starter's hands. But we'll do another circulation before we get away. So the front row in this class, Spiros Anagnostopoulos and Andrew Ray, Tim Rankin and Shane Borland on the second row. Then you've got Daniel Finlay and Jacob Dowland. Hard to get now with the sun out, the beautiful sun here. Hard to catch those carters further down the order. Maloney is one of them. Anthony Pethbridge is starting on the back row of this one. Of course, one of the front runners in the mass. So all a little bit out of order after that false attempt at starting. But no doubt about it, the front row, Spiros Anagnostopoulos, who has been the gunman in this class all season. Andrew Ray to throw down the gauntlet to him. So down into turn one, they sail. We're racing. Ray's grabbed the best of the start over Spiros. Moreland sits behind. Then it's Rankin. Dowland. Go Lightly, who now comes under attack from Oscar Maloney. Car 2 is O'Hayon. So he's in there as well. Also Zach Feiget. Pethbridge is a long way back, and Lee Wilkinson is not start there. So Andrew Ray is off and racing here in this one. The restricted light, which is brought to you by GK Autos and Hire and the DPE Victorian Superstore. In beautiful sunshine here now at the Wimmera Kart Racing Club. Track still to dry off a little bit. But I tell you what, conditions are going to be perfect by the time we start the second round of heats. And we've got one very, very wide in the hairpin. I think it's Dowland. So we've seen some drivers come back. I think he's got enough momentum that he's going to drive out of there, but he's going to lose a lot of track position. And it is Jacob Dowland. Andrew Ray has got an absolute cracking start to lead from Spiros. Shane Moreland, Tim Rankin, Oscar Maloney. Look at Oscar Maloney go with that flapping blonde hair out the back of the helmet. He's ahead of Daniel Go Lightly, and then Jackson O'Hayon. Figett's the next one through. And then Pethbridge and Dowland. So Ray currently with the fastest lap of the race at 34.980 to lead Spiros, who's done a 35.709. So the fastest lap of the race was an absolute jet lap from Ray, but here comes Spiros. So now Spiros responds with a 34.581, if you don't mind. He was nearly a second faster that lap. Then Andrew Ray, he tips in. They're going to come out of there side by side. So all of a sudden, Ray's seen the flash of the white pods of Spiros. He knows he's got to get the elbows up now. So Ray, Spiros, and then Moreland, Rankin, Maloney. So Maloney is in.
Tag heavy, cart 89, Nicholas Smith to the stewards room, please. Tag heavy, cart 89 to the stewards room, please.
Go lightly, O'Hayon. He's having a good run as well. Good battle further back between Figett and Pethbridge. You feel like Pethbridge is only just winding up in this one. Dowland having a lonely run now after that trip through the Cape Weed. But still, it's Andrew Ray who leads from Spiros. Spiros has won every round so far. He missed the pole in Cobden, which was taken by Seth Burton. But ever since, he's converted each time. But Andrew Ray is providing a new challenge here for Spiros. And of course, Ray, a former junior champion. Formula 500 racer. He's done a lot of racing, Andrew Ray. Little bit experimental that time as he went into the hairpin. Oh, Spiros is up the inside. They're going to come out side by side. No, good sportsmanship there. They got together. Spiros put the hand up and said, I didn't do it clean, I don't want it. And what a great sign of sportsmanship that was. But I tell you what, it's invited Moreland to the party. And he ranges right up to the back now. So you see the arrow there of Ray. He's driving it, backing it into the corners where you see the OTK car of Spiros. He's using the front end to wind it in more than the rear end. Moreland behind, he is in an OTK as well. So very similar driving style to what's being used by Spiros. Tim Rankin, he's having a lonely run. So Moreland, the fastest lap last time past the stripe. So it looks like Zach Figett is also parked up over at the traditional parking spot at the hairpin. Ray cops a little bit of curb, might open an opportunity for Spiros, and here he comes. So Spiros, oh, nice bit of jack to avoid contact there, but it's on for the lead in the opening heat here of restricted life for GK Autos and Hire and DPE Kart Superstore. Andrew Ray in that unmissable orange helmet continues to lead from Spiros Agnostopoulos, and then Shane Moreland. These two have dropped them off. Here comes Spiros at the end of the straight. Oh, side by side, Ray's gone off. So Spiros has taken the lead. He was up a long way there. So I think that was probably fair game. But it's Spiros, Ray, and then Moreland. Then you've got Rankin, Maloney in the top 5 position. He's been very, very tidy, Oscar Maloney. Just as he drops a wheel off. I cursed him there. Sorry, Brett. But Daniel Go Lightly's the next one through. Then you've got O'Hayon as Pethbridge now moves up the inside there. So Pethbridge, the Masters front runner, in the restricted light as well. Oh, Ray's hung it off the curb there again. So all of a sudden the concentration's dropped a little bit with Andrew Ray, which is going to open the door for Shane Moreland to come up and challenge. So Spiros is going to see a last lap board come out for him this time. And it's been an enthralling battle, but it's the Spiros that's at the front of the head of the order again. Ray now under intense pressure from Moreland. Oh, Spiros very, very wide there. So can Moreland throw the kitchen sink and get by Ray? I don't know if he's going to. Ray's pretty cagey. They come onto the back straight. No, I don't think that deal's going to happen. As Spiros comes through the last set of corners. It's been a great race, this one. The battle whets the appetite. It's Spiros for the win. Ray home in second, Moreland in third. Fourth place is going to go to Rankin. He had a fairly lonely run through there. Oscar Maloney's going to take a top 5. That's his top result of the year. Ahead of Pestbridge, Go Lightly, Oh Hey On, and then Dowland, who's recovering. Feiget's parked up. That one brought to you by GK Autos and Hire and the DPE Kart Superstore.
KA3 Senior Medium, you are on the grid. KA3 Senior Medium. Can we get a trolley for the cart that's out on the track, please? You'll need a vest, so if you come this way, I've got one if you haven't.
Just while we wait for the next class to come out, just a reminder that Johanna is in the canteen there with the merchandise. So now the conditions have changed, you can trade the beanie for a cap. So if you need a new cap or a t-shirt, make sure you go and see Johanna. Also, the lovely ladies in the canteen doing an excellent job of cooking up the hot food. So if you're hungry, go and see them. And also the coffee bus is there as well. So thank you to all those providers that we've got here. And also a huge thank you to all the volunteers that make these weekends run, because without the volunteers, you guys don't go racing. So make sure you do thank the volunteers that make it all possible. Okay, for Junior Heavy, this weekend brought to you by TD Racing, also Central Vic Karts and Parts, and also the Bendigo Bank. So TD Racing is a third generation family business specialising in engine development, kart sales, driver development, trackside assistance, preparation development, data analysis, and all of your spare parts, accessories. Kart Republic, Fernando Alonso and Will Power. Kart.
So KA3 Senior Medium, you are on the grid now.
For them, for their support, and also Central Vic Karts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. The grid for this one, Hugo Garraway and Taylor McKinlay to lead them away. Fletcher Shaw and Lachlan Sharp. Seth Sutton and Mia Mifsud, Riley Briggs and Laura Fay. Was speaking to Laura Fay this morning. It was a brake issue with her kart in qualifying yesterday, so look for Laura to make up some positions in this one. So Garraway and McKinlay. Of course, no Zach Finlay in the KA4 Junior Heavy this weekend. So a couple of other winners. Fletcher Shaw, I think, has already been a winner this year at Cobden. So a good start for Taylor McKinlay. He's going to round the first corner in front. Bit of bump and grind. Laura Fay's facing the wrong way. So Laura had made up a couple of positions, but it's all come unstuck. Mia Mifsud's also been shuffled out the back of the pack. So Taylor McKinlay, Hugo Garraway. I think it'll be Fletcher Shaw will be the next kart through. So McKinlay away well. Garraway in second. Shaw sits in P. No, is it the 46 of Fletcher Shaw? It is. The next kart through is Lachlan Sharp. Mia Mifsud has also, it's Seth Burton and Riley Briggs. And the two lady races at the back in Mia Mifsud and Laura Fay. So Laura's just put a move there on Mia. So some work to do for both those young ladies. But at the front, it's Taylor McKinlay leading Hugo Garraway. Doesn't get any easier in this one. We had McKinlay, Fay, and Finlay, and now we've got McKinlay, Garraway, we've got Fay, we've got all these similar sounding names. As Briggs makes a move on the inside now of Seth Sutton. Oh, that one's not over yet either, as Sutton tries a bit of a nibble back at Briggs, but nothing doing there. So McKinlay still leads Garraway. So Garraway last time by fastest lap of the race. So the Mildura driver is coming on here. Took the pole position. But McKinlay from the Eastern Lions Car Club seems to be a match here for Garraway. Fletcher Shaw sits in P3, the round winner from Cobden in the Lando Norris kart. Well, Garraway lost a little bit of momentum there. Not sure if that was a dropped wheel, but certainly afforded McKinlay a little bit more margin there. So McKinlay thunders down the main straight. Garraway in second. It was 0.6 of a second last time by. Now it's 1.3. So a definite small mistake there from Garraway has gifted McKinlay a little bit more margin, especially when McKinlay just did the fastest lap of the race. So all starting to spread out pretty well now, except this battle now between Seth Sutton and also Briggs. So that battle will not go away at the moment. But McKinlay continues to open up that lead now. So you feel like he's just broken the momentum of Hugo Garraway. Shaw sits in P3. Of course, Fletcher Shaw from the Oakley Car Club. Position number 4, Lachlan Sharp. So Sharp is from the Oakley Car Club as well. Oakley having a stroll. Fletcher Shaw off on the back straight. So that must have been a really wide exit. He was still off the track halfway down there, which has opened the door for Sharp to challenge. Still 6 laps to go. Here comes Sharp. Looking for some, not enough. So Sharp and Shaw. Fay trying very hard to get up on the back of Seth. Also Riley out a little bit now on Sutton. McKinlay got pegged back just a little bit now to 1.4 seconds over Garraway. He'll probably afford to just do it a little bit nicer than he probably doesn't have to push it to the ragged edge at the minute. But the margin this time says that Garraway is now 1.4, so very similar. No change in the margin that time by, and they both did 34.4s. Fletcher Shaw last time at 34.9, 34.8 for Sharp. Briggs 36.0, 35.9, 35.4 for Fay, and Mifsud at 36.3. So all of a sudden, Seth Sutton is starting to come back at Briggs again. So Shaw has sustained the battle, weathered that challenge from Sharp. Just the 3 laps remain. 2 laps once the leader comes back. Taylor McKinlay has had good pace all season. We haven't seen Hugo Garraway for a couple of rounds. I believe he was at the Warrnambool round. So McKinlay, we'll see what that margin is this time. It was 1.3 last time. It's under a second now as Garraway goes quick time with a 33.668. So he's going to have 2 laps to try and do something about the lead. More numbers for KA4 Junior Heavy this weekend. As Fay now has grabbed Briggs. Got some work to do to catch Sutton. Laura Fay up 6. So we're on our last circuit now. McKinlay continues to lead. Garraway in second, not close enough to make a challenge at this point. So McKinlay's just got to hit his marks and get this kart home. Oh, there's a slow move. Mia Mifsud. McKinlay gets home. Third place goes to Fletcher Shaw. Head of Lachlan Sharp. Seth Sutton's the next one in the pecking order. Laura Fay, and then it is Riley Briggs. Mia Mifsud currently rounding the field. That one brought to you by TD Racing, Central Vic Karts and Parts, and the Bendigo Bank. Through comes Sutton to take 5th, Laura Fay in 6th, Riley Briggs and Mia Mifsud. Ladies and gentlemen, that was KA4 Junior Heavy.
Cadet 12, you were on the grid next. Cadet 12.
KA3 Senior Medium by Vicky's Coffee Bus. Vicky's Coffee Bus is a proud supporter and class sponsor of VCS, only using specialty coffee from My Roast Coffee. If you'd like fresh barista quality coffee at your event, please call Vicky or pick up this card from the coffee van at round 4 at Horsham. And also our series sponsor, Karting Australia, LeConte and Max's Tyres. So Luciani and Chambers to lead them away. Second row is Moritz and also Jack Johnson. They're in the starter's hands. Lights are out away, so Luciani and Chambers. Oh, cart's going everywhere. Jack Johnson's off the road. He's going to rejoin right at the back of the field. Luciani's and Chambers have both been shuffled down. Oh, Burton into the side there. Luciani, Fraser High's into it as well. Trigg on the inside there of Fong. So plenty going on right through the field, but it's Ben Moritz who's jumped away at the start. Second place is Ethan Briggs, who's been one of the stars, the breakout stars this year. Neats through then Chambers, Thomas, High. Luciani's gone right back down the order. Watch for the champ to chuck back through as Henriksen goes up the inside. Rogers is well past. So this is going to take something. He's going to have to get something out of the back pocket. Jack Johnson passes two at once. Dunmore and Fong. So this has been an action-packed start to this one. It's all happening. Moritz, Briggs, Neats, Chambers, Thomas. Then you've got Finlay and High. Trigg and then Henriksen, Burton, Rogers and Luciani. Termine being the next one through. Jack Johnson, Fong and Dunmore. So all carts still circulating. Oh, Luciani had to go very deep there, which allows Robbie Termine up the inside. So Luciani back on the inside of Termine. But out front, Briggs is chasing down Moritz. And here comes Neats and Chambers. Chris Thomas is having a good run. Finlay and High. Henriksen and Burton. Then you've got Trigg, Rogers, Luciani. Behind them, it's Termine and Jack Johnson. So Johnson's trying to put something together to get back up the order after a great qualifying session. Oh, Kobe Trigg now. He moves past the Henriksen cart. And also Burton. So Burton is just ahead of Trigg. Chambers has also grabbed Neat. So plenty doing in KA3 medium. Of course, Luciani undefeated in this class all season. So we're looking forward to seeing if they can throw down the gauntlet. Luciani's got some work to do from this position. Fong now on the back. Passes Johnson. Of course, Fong a round winner at Warrnambool. Not a round winner, a race winner. My apologies. So Moritz, Briggs has obviously had a go at Moritz and hasn't come off. Chambers and Neats trying to get up to the back. Thomas, High. Finlay, Burton. Henriksen on the inside of Trigg. Can't get it done. Derek Rogers is also running well off. Burton's got the arm up. I'm not sure what's happened there with Seth Burton, but he had the arm up. Caused a bit of a bottleneck. Here comes the Fong on the inside of Termine. So Fong starting to make some progress as well. But our front Moritz, Briggs has run very wide coming onto the straight, which has allowed Chambers. Neats will go through as well. So a double whammy for Ethan Briggs. Fraser High is doing an excellent job as well. He's trying to chase down Chris Thomas. Then you've got Finlay, Burton. Oh, Kobe Trigg has gone round. He's been hit very, very hard by Luke Fong. That was a big hit right in front of the pits. So hopefully both those drivers are okay. So that was just a hard hit there with Fong. Hopefully that cart and his legs are okay. They're only little legs, but they're still legs. So the Fong's rolling back around to the pits, I'd suggest. But Moritz is your leader. Second for Chambers now. Neats and then Briggs, Thomas High. Then you've got Finlay, Burton. Luciani now has gathered a few spots up. Tell what's happened to the Fong cart, but
Aaron Jackson, can you please go to the stewards room, please? Tag heavy, Aaron Jackson to the stewards room, please. ASAP.
Marizzo very, very comfortable at the head. He owns the fastest lap of the race with a 32.026. Just lower to the 10th as I went to talk about it. And I tell you what, Todd Chambers has gone. So I've missed that as well. So Chambers has dropped right to the back of the field. So Moritz, then Neitz, Briggs right on his hammer. Then you've got Thomas and High, Finlay and Burton, a couple of young guns. Luciani's the next one through. Derek Rogers, Henriksen, Jack Johnson, Robbie Termine. Then it's Todd Chambers. What happened to Todd Chambers? And then it's Dunmore. So that is Grace Dunmore. So Burton now grabs Finlay. Fraser High turning the screws on the back of Chris Thomas. So it's going to be one lap to go for Moritz. Briggs has a look, Neitz covers, goes to the outside Briggs. He's going to try a crisscross on him. Going to have to get a very good run onto the straight to manage that. Last lap now for Moritz, who's been all class in this one. Second for Neitz, and then you've got Briggs, Thomas and High. Burton, Finlay, Luciani, Rogers. Rogers is running well too. Henriksen, Johnson, Termine, Chambers and Dunmore. So just a couple of corners to negotiate for Ben Moritz to put this one in the books. Heat 1 win will go to Ben Moritz in KA3 Senior Medium. All class in that one. Second place is going to go to Matthew Neitz and Ethan Briggs, who battled very, very well. Fourth place for Chris Thomas. An excellent run. Fraser High, Burton, Finlay, Luciani, Rogers, Henriksen, Johnson, Termine, Chambers and Dunmore, your field. Of course, that class brought to you by Vicky's Coffee Bus, Karting Australia, LeConte and Max's Tyres.
KA3 Junior, you are on the grid now for the beginning of Heat 2. KA3 Junior.
So Cadet 12, Dave Sarah's kart class, and also MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria.
Can I please have the two tag heavy drivers to go back to the stewards room, please? So Nicola and...
Harrison. On his outside will be Riley G in one of the best performances I saw all day yesterday. And Nash Manu and Michael Lampasi to start on the second. Blake Purvis and Ewan Anderson from row number 3. Caden Humphrey and Alfie Carter on the 4th. Oscar Corliss and Mitchell Soderstrom from row number 5. Lee Ross and Lucas Costanzo on the 6th row with Jack Jabke to round out the field in this one. The Cadet 12s for kart class. Winner on the front row, Riley Harrison alongside Riley G. The circuit.
So those two tag heavy drivers I need were Nicola and Matthew. Back to the stewards room, please.
Marcy, Ewan Anderson. Then it is the Alfie Carter. So Alfie Carter's come from the clouds to be way up in 4th position. I think it's Manu then behind. Several drivers taking their time to find their feet in this one, but not Riley Harrison. He is on his way. Ewan Anderson, Lampasi. Then you've got Alfie Carter, Nash Manu, Riley G, Caden Humphrey, Oscar Corliss, Lucas Costanzo, Soderstrom, Jabke, Ross, Purvis. So Purvis, after putting in some big moves on that opening lap, has dropped right to the rear of the field. But out front, it's Harrison, who is making a big move. Ewan Anderson sits P2, Lampasi, Manu, G, Humphrey, Wallace. 55 is Costanzo, Soderstrom, Levi Ross, and then Alf. Sorry, not it is Alfie Carter. So Alfie Carter's right down too. He's off the circuit up at the flop back straight and the main straight. So Carter out of business. Bad luck for Alfie. He'd made some big inroads. But it's Riley Harrison leading. And then Ewan Anderson, Michael Lampasi, and Nash Manu. Then you got Riley G. The next car through is Humphrey. Oh, big move there from Costanzo. So Costanzo grabbed Corliss at the end of the straight. Behind them, Soderstrom, Levi Ross, Jack Jabke, and then Purvis. Oh, so got one moving very slowly. It's not our leader, is it? It is. So our leader, Riley Harrison, is parked up on the new complex, just entering the back straight. So bad luck there for Riley. He's going to have to get that stricken cart off the circuit. So it hands Ewan Anderson the lead. So we're going to have some yellow flags over there. That cart is on the edge of the track. So heartbreak there for Riley Harrison. He put margin into the other carters. And now Ewan Anderson has inherited the lead and also a massive margin of his own. So Anderson leads from Lampasi. Manu sits in P3. Riley G after that excellent qualifying. Caden Humphrey. Then you've got Corliss and Costanzo. So Costanzo gets by on Corliss. That was a good little battle. Soderstrom buys in as well. Levi Ross and Jack Jabke. And of course, Harrison and Carter we've lost. So well done to Riley Harrison, who's got that cart a little bit further off the track now. I think that could be Brad Anderson over there talking to him, who's the father of the leader. So good to see the camaraderie. So there's something not quite right with the Purvis cart. He's usually very, very quick. So I think we've gone full course yellow here. So I think they're going to move that stricken card of Riley Harrison. But at the moment, the stewards are out there with those slow down boards trying to maintain. So now they've got Ewan Anderson's attention. So they'll all remain in single file, which will allow the steward out there to remove the Harrison cart. So the lap card of Blake Purvis sits in between our leaders, Ewan Anderson and Michael Lampasi, just behind Anash Manu, Riley G, Caden Humphrey, Lucas Costanzo, Oscar Corliss, Mitchell Soderstrom, Levi Ross, and of course then Blake Purvis, as we said, is tucked up between. We've also lost Jack Jabke out there. So Jabke parked up in the first hairpin, which is the absolute hot spot of this circuit. So we're away and racing again. We're all congested. We've packed them in tight, ready for a run to the flag. And we'll see some positional changes here as Purvis works his way to get out of the way for the other competitors, which you'd think Purvis would have been normally running in that, probably that top 5 bracket, but something seems to be amiss with the Purvis cart. So Ewan Anderson, as he did before, has extended his lead. Lampasi sits second. Manu now has got a little bit of inspiration to go after Lampasi after that stoppage. So Ewan's on his last lap now. Manu looking to get amongst the action here with Lampasi. Lampasi goes in deep, but I tell you what, he drove beautifully around that hairpin. So down the back chute goes Ewan Anderson. He's got the 180, then the last little flip-flop of corners before he comes onto the main straight to grab the opening heat win. And it's Ewan Anderson from Portland that wins the opener. Oh, a big move for the last corner, and it's going to be Manu. So Manu finishes second from Lampasi. And then Costanzo, Humphrey, G, Corliss, Soderstrom, Ross and Purvis, you field in that one. For Kart Class, MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria.
KA3 Senior Light, you are on the grid now. KA3 Senior Light.
I've got a birthday shout-out come through from Ray Dumsney for Luke Fong. So happy 13th birthday to Luke Fong for during the week. So obviously having big celebrations down there in Ballarat. So if you do have anything that may contribute to the coverage, you're more than welcome to contact me via my AHR Media Facebook page. Always happy to share these milestone events like Fongy. So happy birthday, Fong, and anyone else who celebrated a birthday during the week. So if you've got any information you need broadcast, certainly give me drop me a line and I'm happy to oblige. KA3 Junior on the circuit now for the Rotary Club of Horsham and also PCJ Data and Electrical for second course, second round action. Holiday and Lionel to share the front row. Hunter Salvatore and Jay Murray on the second. Lock Cutting and Darcy Heine to start on row number 3 with Mitchell Burgermeister and Thomas Patching on the 4th. Rio Campbell and Chris Alexopoulos to start off row number 5. Thomas Hodge and Cooper Frith ahead of Jacob Chandler and Jasper Frith. Okay, down into 1 they go. Looks like Holiday grabs the best of the start. But I tell you what, here comes Salvatore up the inside of Holiday. The 8 Cutting is right in amongst the 2 with Ianella. Got good track position. Look for a crisscross from Ianella. Behind them, it's Murray. Oh, Ianella did get that crisscross back up the inside. Goes Leo Ianella, who's won 2 of the 3 so far. Salvatore, your leader from Holiday. Behind it is that goes up to Murray. Murray runs very wide. Straight lines between those 2 straights and drops back a couple of positions in the
Can I please have Riley Gee and his participant to the stewards room, please? Riley Gee and his participant to the stewards room.
Cutting the next one through. Then it's Heine. Behind Heine, I think it's Patching is the next car through. It is Patching. Then you got Burgermeister. 33 is Rio Campbell. Then Murray. Behind Murray, it's Hodge, Alexopoulos, Chandler, and a pair of Friths. Ianella fastest that time past, 31. Oh, Ianella goes past Holiday, and that sets Holiday back majorly with a 31.356. It was Ianella. So Ianella is starting to rise to the challenge. Salvatore, your leader, he got onto the main street beautifully. But Holiday, after being set back several car lengths, driven straight back up to the back of Ianella. So the two South Australians about to go to war. Oh, a little bit of overlap there for Holiday, but nothing doing on Ianella. So still Salvatore, Ianella, and then behind him you've got Holiday. Trying to tack on the back of the Lachlan Cutting. Patching's now on the fastest lap of the race. So look for Patching, who's up into position number... Where is he up to? Position number 5. He's got ahead of Heine. Ianella and Holiday side by side into the first hairpin. Oh, a little bit of bump and grind. They're into it. Here comes Cutting. Doesn't need an invitation to move up. Oh, dropped the wheel, Holiday. Lucky to get away with that one. Patching, he's right in the back of this pack now, and it won't take much, and Darcy Heine's in there too. So Heine's stepping up to KA3 after being a KA4 light runner, running both this weekend. Then you've got Burgermeister, Murray, Hodge. 7 is Alexopoulos. Behind Alexopoulos is Chandler. And then you've got Jasper and Cooper Frith with Rio Campbell currently rounding your field. Salvatore, who can move up. Then it's Holiday and Patching. So coming on strong. Cutting last time. Well, Cutting goes the fastest lap with 30.937. The only sub 31 second lap. And it belongs to Lachlan Cutting. Oh, so Holiday up the inside. He's really forced to move there. So Holiday trying to reach back up to the front of this field. Behind Holiday, Cutting, and then it's Patching. And then Heine, a little bit of daylight before you go to Jay Murray, Burgermeister, Hodge, and Alexopoulos. But back to the leaders is Salvatore. Here goes. Oh, Ianella thought about it. It cost him majorly that he pulled out of that. He's gone from challenging the lead to be under fire now from Holiday. I think that might have been a little bit of payback there with a little bit of bump on the back bar. We saw that earlier between those two. So a little bit of tit for tat between second and third. We don't mind that as long as it doesn't get out of control. So behind them, the two Tony Karts spanking up with Cutting and Patching. But when Ianella tried to make a move on Salvatore and backed out of it, it cost him big time. So they're all line astern at the moment. Heine's doing a fine job to be trying to tack onto the back of this group. The established stars in KA3 Junior, all at the front. Of course, Jay Murray, we have seen him on the podium on multiple occasions this season. So Murray, he's the best, almost the best of the rest here, where those front 5 or 6 are just well clear. So Salvatore has not a foot wrong in this one. He's been challenged. He's continued to sustain that challenge and move forward. So I believe they're going to see it 2 laps to go. It is 2 laps remaining in this second heat of KA3 Junior. What have we got left to ride in the last couple of laps? Salvatore's just got to manage this. He's got a little bit of margin there. But the battle for second, third, fourth is not resolved by any means. Oh, it's down a bit deeper in the pack. We've got a real battle. That's Chandler and Hodge going at it. So onto the straight for the final time. Salvatore leads. Ianella second. Cutting, turning the screws really hard. Holiday. So what's going to come? Here comes Cutting. So Cutting goes to the Holiday, makes it stick. Patching to have a look, can't get it done. So Cutting bided his time and he's made that move. So now through comes Salvatore, Ianella. I don't think there's an opportunity for anything now. It's going to be Hunter Salvatore to win Heat 2. Ianella the next car through. Third place goes to Cutting. Fourth to Holiday. Patching home in fifth. Heine Murray, Alexa Poulos, Burgermeister and Chandler round out your top 10 in that one. Brought to you by the Rotary Club of Horsham, PCJ Data and Electrical.
Victorian Combined Masters and Tag Restricted Heavy, you are next on the grid.
Okay, senior light for BP Australia and Barron Engine Developments. The grid for this one, starting on the front row, is Corey Herbertson and Joel McPherson. Jensen Telescovy and Jet Buckley to start on the second. Josh Elliston and Angus Hall on row number 3. Ethan Bray and Brocklyn Parker on the 4th. Jordan Malcolm and Micah Bottrell to round out the 10 ahead of Riley George, Jason Douglas, Brock Fewens, Wesley Bowden and Scott McEachran. Starter says no deal. We're going to give Brocklyn Parker a chance to catch up. But I'll tell you, the Parker cart, not sure if it's going to go. No, Brocklyn Parker has retired the 7. So it looked like he was fouling that plug early on in those roller rounds. So Parker out of business in that one. So for the Rotary Club, no, it's not the Rotary Club Horsham, it's BP Horsham South, Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. This is KA3, Senior Light. Herbertson and McPherson to lead them off. We are racing. Oh, Buckley. Buckley's had a massive moment there going down. Just don't know whether it was he missed a start or a foul plug, but he has dropped back majorly, Jet Buckley, after having the most inspiring run through in the rain earlier this morning. So he's dropped right to the field. Your leader is Herbertson. McPherson sits in P2 for the top 5. Herbertson, Telescovy, then it's Elliston. Oh, Hall on Bray at the end of the straight. Jordan Malcolm, he's having a good run now in P7. Riley George just behind in 8th. Then you've got Bottrell, Fewens, Bowden, Douglas, McEachran and Buckley. So Buckley unseats McEachran there. So look for him to start making some moves back through the field, Jeff Buckley. But it's still Herbert. Herbertson was dominant in the opener. He's the leader. McPherson closer than he has been. McPherson having a bit of a look around to the cart. Not sure what's up with the 42, but he didn't look real convinced of it at that point. So Herbertson, your leader. Good drive off onto the back chute. Telescovy, oh, here comes Hall. So Hall's got a head of steam up after taking pole position, trying to work his way back to the front. Gets up beside Elliston. Gets the move done. Bray tries for a sniff there, nothing doing. Looks for a bit of overlap, can't get it there. Oh, dives in very deep. Ethan Bray, crisscross from Elliston. I think they're locked together. Oh, Bray's got sent. which has made it a possibility for Jordan Malcolm to grab him as well. Riley George looks at the opportunity, gets up the inside as well. So George on the inside of Bray. But our front, Herbertson, showing a clean pair of heels to McPherson, to Lescovy. Hall, who's come strong in this one. Elliston, Malcolm. So Malcolm in 6th. Riley George in 7th. Next car through is Ethan Bray. Wesley Bowden. Buckley is responding in this one. He's passed a couple of those carts now to try and make some headway. But the cart just did not go off the start line there for Jet Buckley. It looks like it's cleared itself up now. So Herbertson, McPherson. So just a fraction faster on that last circulation was Joel McPherson than your leader. But I tell you, the man who's coming is Angus Hall. Look at him ranging in on the back there at Telescovy. Not ranging anymore, or just about stuck it up the inside. And what a picturesque track we got as a train goes past. We've seen trains and heavy machinery. Got a bit of everything here at the Wimmera Kart Racing Club. But it's Herbertson from Portland who continues to lead this one. Responds with the fastest lap of the race. It's a 30.88. It was a 30.9 that time for Herbertson. So it takes a little bit of margin, it pushes that margin back out a little bit to McPherson, to Lescovy Hall. So Hall's got to regroup now to have another go at Telescovy. Further Elliston, Malcolm and George. Then you've got Bray, Bowden, Buckley, Douglas, McEachran, Fewens, Mika Bottrell and Brocklin Parker we lost early, very early on in this one. So Herbertson, McPherson, Telescovy and Hall. So George has now grabbed Malcolm and so did Ethan Bray. So Riley George moves up a couple to now hold down position number 6. Bottrell comes past. Rounding out the field at the moment, Bottrell in 14th. So Herbertson now has turned up the wick because he's gone fastest lap after fastest lap. And now he's on his last lap. So it's going to be back-to-back wins here for Corey Herbertson. McPherson sits in P2. Don't discount a big McPherson comeback in the final. But it's Corey Herbertson who wins heat number 2 from McPherson. Then to Lescovy and Hall. Elliston. Then you've got Riley George, Ethan Bray, Jordan Malcolm, Wesley Bowden, Jet Buckley, Jason Douglas, Scott McEachran, Brock Fewens and Mika Bottrell. That was KA3 Senior Live, brought to you by BP Horsham South, Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments.
Tag Light, you were next on the grid. Tag Light.
Just got a birthday shout out. This one's another one for Jai George. Mullers. So happy birthday to Jai George. I think that was Friday he had his birthday, so happy birthday. It's turned from a birthday into birthdays. So the next class up will be the Masters Restricted Heavy combination. So the Masters on track now, brought to you by Toysner & Co. Lawyers and also Pro Karting. Sponsors, of course, of the Sportsmanship Award, so you can sign up if anyone goes above and beyond in your mind for sportsmanship. Restricted Heavy, brought to you by AC Signtech, AHR Media and Darren Sportography. So just a reminder that there are a couple of prizes that are yet to be collected from the canteen. So if you have won one of those prizes, you can check on the Victorian Country Series Facebook page. But there are some prizes to be collected from Tony Solomon at the canteen. So to run you through in the Masters, Mitchell and Gelbart on the front, Reithus and Forrest, Taylor and Pettsbridge, Ord and Sutton, Stubbs and Jackson, Olola and Crane, Harvey and Page, Wilson and McQueen. And in the heavies, you've got Kyle Booth and Mick Angwin on the front row, Matheson and Tucker, Morton, so Petch and Kilcullen on the third, and Kevin Hitchcock to round it out. We're away in Masters as they barrel down into turn one. Got one that's way behind here in the, that's Andrew Jackson, who's way behind in the Masters, whereas the heavies line up. So Ash Mitchell is away comfortably. Gelbart and Reithus coming out of Forrest, Taylor, Pettsbridge, Ord, Stubbs, Crane. So Reithus pulled out now on Gelbart, has a bit of a look, nothing doing. Pettsbridge right in Taylor's pocket, Stubbs and Ord, Crane with a big tank slapper at the end of the straight. So Crane now also under pressure from the 18 and McQueen. Lightning. Then we've got Sutton, Lola, Harvey, Wilson and Jack. That one. Kyle Booth and Mick Angwin dueling it out in the front of the order. Head of Matheson or Tucker's having some issues out of there. The crowd pleaser Kilcullen's putting some moves on. He goes past Tucker as well. Petch and Hitchcock tied up in that one. Gets past Petch on that one. So Hitchcock looking to make some moves. Pulls out on Tucker. So Hitchcock now moves up a couple of positions. Your pole sitter Bailey Petch with some work to do in this one. Mitchell comfortable. Reithus now's grabbed Gelbart. Here comes Pettsbridge on Forrest. They turn in. Oh, they've come together. Forrest across. Back onto the others into the tyres. Oh, action. So action aplenty there. Leon Forrest is out of business. That was a big, big incident down there with him and Pettsbridge. Oh, Greg Ords ran wide over, coming onto the back straight as well. So all of a sudden it's gone a bit crazy here in the Masters. But it's still Mitchell from Reithus and Gelbart, Pettsbridge, Stubbs. Battles on now between McQueen and also Page. Crane in behind. Ord, Ilola, Harvey, Wilson, and the 65 of Sutton, Andrew Jackson. And then just behind them, it's Kyle Booth, who's battling very hard with Mick Angwin. Adrian Matheson comes through. He is holding down position number 3. So Forrest repairs the tyres there as well. Can't cross the live track, so he's got to stay on the infield there. So plenty going on now. This whole field is spread out. So Matheson passing, and he's in third. Fourth place belongs to Chase Kilcullen. Then you've got Hitchcock. Hitchcock's got Ash Mitchell, the leader of the Masters, coming through. Petch now has got ahead of Tucker. Reithus is going to come up to traffic now with the heavies. He's got Gelbart just behind. Rethus straight up the inside. Good move. Gelbart goes too. Petsbridge is working on going through as well. Taylor, Stubbs, McQueen. And then you've got Crane who's got Page now. So there is stuff happening all over the track in this one. Angwin has got past Booth as well. Andrew Jackson is in between them two now. So Kilcullen lets Mitchell through as well. So it's hard to work out everything that's going on here because there's plenty going on. So we'll count them as they come through. So Mitchell, your leader. Rethus is still in second. But I tell you what, he's coming under fire from Gelbart, and these lap cars or the heavies aren't going to help. Oh, Gelbart with a big slider at the end of the straight. Pestbridge also zeroes in on the back of Rethus. Oh, the heavies are starting the race, which has opened up. Or inside, outside, they've got Kevin Hitchcock there on the outside. He's going to have to oblige. Pestbridge is going to make the move on Rethus. So run him out of room there, so that's a move for Pest. So it's 3 laps, or probably 2 laps of mayhem left out here. Or Greg Ord's had to lose up the top. Straight across the top of the curb, comes back on. So it's going to cost him a few positions, that one. So he was about to come. So 2 laps to 5. Pestbridge is now up to second. Gelbart behind. Next car through is Rethus. Taylor. Then McQueen. Then you've got Stubbs. Page and Crane are still at it. But in the heavies, it's Angwin leading from Booth. Matheson, Hitchcock, Kilcullen, Petch and Tucker. So last lap of this absolute mayhem class. There's carts all over the track. Trying to work out the pecking order is easy, not as easy as it seems. So Mitchell comes down the back straight for the final time. He's got traffic, but lucky he's got plenty of breathing room. He comes around onto the main straight as Ash Mitchell is going to take heat number 2 for the Masters. Third place is going to go to Pestbridge. Fourth to Gelbart. Rethus is the next one through. Taylor will round out the top 5. I've called that whole race and not noticed that for whatever reason Gelbart, who crossed the line in position number 3, has dropped right down the order, so I'm not sure if there's a timing issue there.
KA4 Junior Light, you were on the grid. KA4 Junior.
Fitz Media is your broadcast specialist. Free from meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport. Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere.
With tag light. So Jake Krasner and Max Fay to lead him away. Daniel and Dunmore on the third. Lights are out. Parkinson into the back of Fay. Oh, Parkinson over the top of Fay. There's plenty going on here. So Parkinson's off the track. Fay's way back. Throws it up the inside there at Dunmore. So there's going to be some action through here as some of these drivers try to get back through the field. But Parkinson, OUT, and the 4. But our front, Krasner, what a change of fortunes from qualifying for this young guy. Pegg sits in second. Third place is currently Worrell, so Worrell's made huge inroads. Oh, Mitch Arrow's off the track as well. What a change of fortunes for some of these guys. Worrell's up there too. Geordie Belton's the next one through. Oh, big sideways for one of the Dunmore carts over the back. Oh, Max Fay's come together as well with Dunmore. So you could not ask for much more action. There's Finlay, he's in that as well. So Belton's right up. And as is Malcolm. Jono McKean's making a bit of a comeback in this one too. Of course, this class brought to you by Horsham Car Spares and Repairs and Southwest Conveyancing. So Malcolm now, I think it was, or was it Menzel? Might be Menzel that's moved up now. So Krasner, Pegg, Worrell, Belton, Malcolm, and then next car through is McKean, Menzel. Fay tries again to come back through the field. The car behind Fay is Massimini, Rakavalis, Daniel Finlay. So behind Fay, Menzel, Rakavalis, Dunmore. Massimini's in there as well. A couple of Dunmores. Oh no, that's hit that stricken cart for one of the Dunmores. I think it's the 50 car. That's a big hit. Not going to be happy that cart, but so Dunmore is going to be touring back to the pitch, you'd expect. So plenty happening. The Krasner continues to lead. Very badly bent axle for the 5th. That's Grace Dunmore, who's trying to get off the track. Quite well. Tough situation there for Grace Dunmore. Race, and it's Jake Krasner who's making every chance to win it here. Currently got 2.3 second lead. Second place is Pegg. Third place is heating up now between Worrell and also Belton. Malcolm, McKean and Fay. Arrow now on the inside of Dunmore. Up behind them. So 4 laps. This one has been seriously action-packed. So Krasner, Fay now with the fastest lap of the race. The 30.25 as he goes to the inside of McKean. Looks like he's made that stick. Krasner, 3 laps. Looking fairly settled. Still a bit of heat in this battle between a couple of good mates here, Mitch Arrow and Daniel Finlay. X30 versus the Rotax. Finlay with the radiator on the right, the left for Arrow. Arrow, good drive out of there. Daniel Finlay, very, very courteous there. So the margin, 3.2 seconds last time. Krasner, he's just got to finish it off now. He's going to come around to see the last lap point. Tag light, which is brought to you by Horsham Car Spares and Repairs and Southwest Conveyancing. So last lap now for Krasner. Has not missed a beat, Jake Krasner. Daniel Pegg sits in two. Oh, here comes Belton on the inside of Worrell. Oh, move done. So Worrell looks for the inside back again, but Belton covers. So they come down into the last 180. Here comes down the inside, comes Worrell, crisscross for Belton. Good driving there, but the winner's Krasner. Pegg. Belton's going to get that done. That was a great duel to the end with Worrell. Malkin, Fay, McKean and Menzel. Rakavalis and Mitch Arrow to round out the 10. That one brought to you by Car Spares and Repairs and Southwest Conveyancing.
Cadet 9, you are next on.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today. Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
KO4 Junior Light on circuit now for Horsham Trailer and Engineering in the Melbourne Kart Centre. The grid for this one, Matt Basso to start from pole alongside James Snaith. Keisha McEachran and Chelsea Humphrey on the second row. Max Mariner and Cooper Frith on the third. Ryder Darla and William Cowie on the fourth row. Josh White and Will Sparks on row number 5. Aston Hill and Tanner Peters, Darcy Heine and Jaden Della. Dallas Green to round out your field. They come round. So Basso and Snaith. What a drive from Basso in the opener. John, number 1. Snaith is out really wide, but I think he's going to turn him well. Basso picks back up the inside. So it's Snaith in second, McEachran, Mariner, then Humphrey. Cooper Frith is behind Humphrey. Aston Hill making his way through as well. So we've seen Hill be very, very fast in this sort of competition before. So look for Aston Hill to press on forward. As Hill now gets up the inside there of Chelsea Humphrey. Darcy Heine, the last start winner at Portland, also starting to make some manoeuvres through the field. But out front, it's Matt Basso, who is skipping away from Snaith, McEachran and Mariner. Frith, Hill, Heine, Humphrey. So they've all changed a couple of positions since the iPad has updated. So now White on the inside of Darla. Gets that one done. '86 Dallas Green on the inside of Darla now. So Darla's sustaining a bit of an attack here at the moment. Behind Darla is Cowie and Peters, Sparks. And also Jaden Della. So unfortunately, I'm just reading here, I'm calling the race I see it at the moment, but Darcy Heine not registering on the timing. So there's 0 laps here. So that could be a real setback for this Kart 60 driver. So Basso round onto the straight once again. Snaith in second. Mariner is now clear in third. McEachran. And then Hill, Frith and Heine. Humphrey, Josh White, and then you've got Green Darla. Under pressure now from Peters is Darla. So Darla's had a fairly wild few laps. It's been under pressure the whole time. Behind them is Cowie and Sparks. Of course, KA4 Junior Light for Horsham Trailer and Engineering and the Melbourne Kart Centre. And fittingly, one of the Melbourne Kart Centre's drivers, Matt Basso, sitting at the top of the order. Second place still James Snaith, then Max Mariner, who's just off P-plates. What a sensational job Max Mariner's doing. Aston Hill, that kart looks quick again. Frith, the next one through. Heine and McEachran. So McEachran's been shuffled down in the order a little bit. And then Chelsea Humphrey. So the two girls still line astern. But shuffled down the order quite a lot now. So Basso owns the fastest lap of the race with a 31.356. Last time past the stripe, it was a 31.630. There's no doubt Matt Basso is on a mission this weekend. The pole sitter, James Snaith, sits in P2. Mariner in P3. Hill. Some good battles down the field there now as Darla continues to sustain pressure from Peters and Cowie. So now Peters up the inside of Darla. So that was a nice move. Didn't cost even any time. That's what you like to see. They can resume battle now. So 4 laps remain for Basso between he and a second heat race win. Snaith and Mariner, both clear. Hill, Frith and Heine. McEachran, Humphrey, none of them really close together. But then you go to Green and also White, who are a bit closer together. Peters, Darla and Cowie. And Sparks comes through to round out the field in cart number 48. So the only real spot fire going on in the closing laps here at KA4 Junior Light is that battle we saw between Green and also, was Green and White, I think, was the two colourful names. Green and White are doing battle for sure.
Ty Hodge, cart 85 to the steward's room with your participant, please. Cart 85, Ty Hodge to the steward's room with your participant, please.
Hill, they're all spread out, although now Chelsea Humphrey has come right up to the back of McEachran. Has a look, but can't get it done. So that one is a battle that is raging towards the end now. McEachran under huge pressure from Chelsea Humphrey. Oh, Green has run off the track on the green grass and allowed White a sniff, but not close enough. And also Basso. Snaith has really come on strong in this last couple of laps and now is very close to the back of Basso. So will there be a change of position here? You'd think it's unlikely. Oh, yes, there's going to be, is there? So all of a sudden, he's almost been caught snoozing, Matt Basso. I don't think he realised James Snaith was that close, and Snaith gets a good drive off the last turn, but it's not going to be enough. Basso's going to win. Second place goes to Snaith. Mariner. Then Aston Hill, Frith, Heine. Humphrey grabbed Acacia McEachran at the end there. Green, the next one through. Then White. 88 is Peters, Darla, and then Cowie and Sparks to round them out. So interesting to see what happens there with the Heine cart. No timing registered on that one. So that was KA4 Junior Light for Horsham Trailer and Engineering and the Melbourne Kart Centre.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Cadet 9 for Browers Hire and also Chambers Portable Line Boring. The grid for this one, Archie Bristow and Curtis Polkinghorn to start on the front row once again. Bo Chambers and Xavier Mifsud on the second. Asrin Smith and Alana Gurney to make up the third row. Lawson Effingham and Jackson Boyle on the fourth. Blake Jamanchis and Casey Waters are your top 10. The 10-card field set to rock and roll here in Cadet 9. So just trying to get the back four onto the back of the front pack and we'll be set to let them loose. Starters happy and we are off. So straight away, Bristow. Chambers has moved up to P2, so look out for Bo Chambers. He certainly got the bit between the teeth this weekend as young Bo Chambers. So it's Bristow, Chambers, Polkinghorn. Mifsud's the next car through. Atherton Smith is the next one through in position at number 5. Alana Gurney, then Lawson Effingham. We'll update you as they come through. So Bristow, and then it's Chambers, Polkinghorne, Mifsud, Atherton Smith, Gurney, Effingham, Boyle, Waters, and Germanchus. So the front group have spread out pretty well now with Bristow already rocketing ahead. Chambers sits comfortably in second. Polkinghorne, Mifsud, Smith, and then Gurney. Lawson Effingham with a bit of daylight between him and the Boyle Kart with Casey Waters giving chase just ahead of Blake Germanchus. So for the battle for second starting to heat up as Polkinghorne and also Mifsud want a piece of the action that Beau Chambers is currently holding. So they're all line astern. They've bunched up now as now Mifsud has a look at the inside of Polkinghorne. Not far enough up. Good battle for the minors between Boyle and also Waters and Germanchus as well. So Bristow, as we've seen him do many times this season, has skipped clear, and now Polkinghorne and also Mifsud have grabbed hold of Chambers and shuffled him back a couple of positions. So Beau Chambers with a little bit of work to do to get back up into that top 3 position. Of course, Bristow and Polkinghorne both been on the podium at every round so far. So all 3 rounds has featured these 2 drivers at the top of the order. Cruz Kelly, of course, won the opening round at Cobden, but ever since it's been all about Archie Bristow. And it doesn't appear to be too different today as he's rocketed away from the field. So Polkinghorne in second, but under intense pressure from Xavier Mifsud. Oh, a little bit of bump and grind, nothing happening. Oh, now up the inside goes Mifsud on Polkinghorne. So Chambers looking to get involved in that action as well. Beautiful sunshine now, breezy though, but at least the sun's out. We're on a dry track. So Gurney and Smith at it. Meanwhile, Bristow about to come up to the battling back markers here. So Waters has cleared Boyle and also Germanchus. So Bristow clears those 2. Waters has skipped away just a little bit. He's obviously getting held up, but here comes Bristow. Mifsud's made a real fist of his move there, and he's skipped away a little bit from Polkinghorne. Chambers currently sits in 4th. Smith the next one through, and Gurney. Fair bit of daylight. Lawson Effingham's got half the track to himself at this point in time. So the 10 cart, no real pressure at the moment. Bristow comes through again. Casey Waters now in position number 8. So some blue flags, some lap cart passing now for Xavier Mifsud and also Curtis Polkinghorne. A very dynamic move there from Xavier Mifsud. Clears the slower carts. He's done that very well. He would have only gained time out of that, I reckon. Very, very smart move there through them. Meanwhile, behind, Polkinghorne's caught up behind the 2 lap carts, and Chambers has managed to gain a heap of ground out of that.
Luke Fong, can you please go to the steward's room? Luke Fong.
Polkinghorne again. for position at number 3. So Boyle just trying to negotiate his Polkinghorn. The Boyle Kart look for Chambers to try and make a move as part of this. So Polkinghorn now goes up the inside. Chambers goes with him. So no worries with Chambers passing the lap cart there. 2 laps remain for Archie Bristow. It's probably a lap and a half because the little number 8 has rocketed up through the first hairpin. Comes back up the hill into the right-hander. Oh, here comes Chambers on the inside. So Chambers has put a move there on Polkinghorn. They're trying to negotiate Casey Waters, who's a lap down. Chambers goes through, but Polkinghorn does not. So Chambers has made the most of that situation and he's run with it. So now, like a flash, Bristow is on his last lap. Chambers is up to 3rd, but Xavier Miffs has got plenty of room and time in 2nd position. Polkinghorn trying to negotiate Casey Waters. But round onto the main straight comes your Heat 2 winner. It's Archie Bristow from the Ballarat Kart Club who wins Heat number 2. Xavier Miff said he's driven very, very well as well to finish in position number 2. 3rd is going to be Bo Chambers. Curtis Polkinghorn comes home next in position number 4. Atherton Smith, Alana Gurney, Lawson Effingham, Casey Waters, Jackson Boyle and Blake Germanchis is your 10 in that one. That was Cadet 9 brought.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Tag Heavy Fry Roast Coffee, All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. Your grid looks like this. Scott King and Aidan Solomon to lead them away. Ryan Cook and Aaron Jackson. Matt Safoso and Nick Schmidt on the 3rd. Barry Golightly and Andrew Harvey with Liam Pollard to round out the 9-kart field in this one. King Solomon on the front. Here we go. Line them up well and they're off. Schmidt straight across to the inside on the 3rd row. It's King who leads from Cook. Solomon. Jackson's putting forward some big moves here. Schmidt. Safoso or Pollard up the inside of Golightly. So we'll see who's got the momentum in this one as Schmidt goes up the inside of Jackson. Says to Jackson, let's go. I don't know that Jackson's going to be as strong in the dry as what he was in the wet, but he's given it everything he's got at the moment. King, then Cook, Solomon, Schmidt, Jackson, Harvey. Pollard on the inside of Safoso, no deal. Golightly rounds out your field at the moment. So Scott King at the head of the order. Solomon and Cook. These two have battled pretty hard in the opener. So hopefully we can see an enthralling battle between them Look for a bit of a crisscross, a little bit different line. Cook's off very wide. So Solomon half set that up because he tried to pull across on Cook, forced him to go deeper into the last turn. So King, Solomon, Schmidt, Cook, and then Jackson. Pollard's the next one through. Sifoso, Harvey, and Go Lightly. But King in the number 4. On his merry way. He'll be hoping that cart holds together today. Had a string of bad luck, but he's dying to put his name on a round win. And today could be the day. Solomon sits P2 from Schmidt. Cook's got some work to do after running off. Those tyres will be dirty. They should be cleaned up. Oh, Solomon's off. So no shortage of action. Solomon's going to come back on with dirty tyres. So that is not going to be good straight away. Cook goes by. So it's not Solomon, it's Nick Schmidt who's actually cleared all those guys to be up to P2. So King from Schmidt. Then you've got Cook, Solomon. So Cook and Solomon have both had their offs in these last 2 laps. Jackson circulating well. He's in position number 5. Pollard, then Sifoso, Harvey. And also Go Lightly, all Go Lightly very deep and sideways at the end of the back straight. But King continues to lead, 30.192, his fastest lap. He's backed it off a little bit, Scotty King. Half a second off that last time. Schmidt, and then the battle between Cook and Solomon continues to rage. Jackson behind them. A little bit of daylight between Pollard and also Sifoso, and then Harvey and Go Lightly. A little bit closer than some of the other carts, but the main battle we've got to keep an eye on is the one between Cook and Solomon. So we saw the Solomon cart get better and better as the race went on last time. What can he do this time? Pulls it in a little bit tighter at the first hairpin. Up the hill he goes. Down the back chute. So good drive off there for Cook. Which sets Solomon back any chance of trying to catch him. So very evenly matched, and I've got to say Aaron Jackson's doing a great job too to be hanging on the back of those guys. So King on his merry way again comes past. Margin was 2.8 seconds last time by. What is the margin updated? Just over 3 seconds for Scotty King. So after this race, you can probably also go back and see Johanna about the merchandise. You doubt she's selling merchandise right now, but her man's out in front. It's Scott King leading from Nick Schmidt. Ryan Cook, Solomon, and then Jackson, Pollard, Sifoso, and Harvey, and Go Lightly still going at it. A little bit of a pat of the airbox. Keep things nice and rich and cool. Schmidt's driven well in this one. He sits in position number 2 from Cook, Solomon, and then it's Aaron Jackson. Pollard, Sifoso, Harvey and Go Lightly. But King with 2 laps remaining will be looking to put his name on a round win. So we got the pole, 2 consecutive pole positions here for King. Got the pole at Portland as well. Prior to that, Ryan Cook took the win and the pole at Warrnambool. Billy Westerveld won both at Cobden. So one more circulation left for Scott King. Second place, Nick Schmidt, very, very comfortable in this one. Cook and Solomon, that's been a battle that has not simmered. So we're interested to see those 2 in the final. We'd expect they're going to start together. and go at it once again. So King takes the win in tag heavy. For Iros Coffee All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company, it's Nick Schmidt in second. Ryan Cook, Aidan Solomon and Aaron Jackson round out the 5. Pollard, Sofoso, Harvey and Go Lightly round your field. Heat 2 of tag heavies in the books. We'll be back shortly with restricted medium.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
X30, you are on the grid. X30.
Restricted medium with Jack Ryan and Daniel Storer to lead him round to the start. A bit of usage down through the first couple of corners, but all through well. Storer leads from Ryan, the South Australian. Bo Humphries next in there, Rankin. And then it's Devlin and Fielding. So Fielding, bit of a slingshot down the back there, gets that move done. So Storer comes round onto the straight in the lead from Ryan and Humphrey. So Fielding is Lumsden then, and also Devlin, Rosenzweig, Gardner, Rod, Scott Hayes, Wright, Peveril, Velt and Sloan. So now up comes Humphrey to jaw. Humphrey's run very wide. He was challenging. Humphrey was challenging Ryan. He's going to drop right down the order here. So that's a major setback for Bo Humphrey. Central Vic Karts and Parts is Bo Humphrey and KFC, so sponsoring this class. Humphrey's got some big work to do to get back. So it's Storer from Ryan, and then you've got Rankin. Lumsden's moved up. He's doing a good job. Fielding sits tucked in behind. Devlin, Rosenzweig. And then it's Gardner, Keenrod. Hayward's also having his best run, but he's got Bo Humphrey coming after him right now. So Storer is on the job. He is the leader. Jack Ryan doing everything he can to hang on. Rankin, a bit of curb action there for Terry. Lumsden, Fielding and Devlin, the two returning South Australians, are having a ding-dong battle there. And they are battling for position number 5. So tucked in behind Devlin at the moment is Rosenzweig. No, it's not. It's Gardner. So Rosenzweig's dropped back a couple of positions there. The Gardner's moved up. Humphrey's making a bit of a comeback. If he's got any benefit in this one, Bo Humphries, a lot of these guys are packed in pretty close together. So he hasn't got big patches of racetrack where he's got to chase down the cart in front of him. Has a look at Rosenzweig, back up the inside. So another position made up for Humphrey. He's back up to position number 9. Well, It's actually position number 8 there for Humphries. So Humphries moved up 2 positions on that lap, but your leader still is Daniel Storer. Second place belongs to Ryan, who's all of a sudden just started to look around at the go-kart. Not sure whether he was just doing some radiator ducting changes, but he's certainly looking at that radiator feverishly, is Jack Ryan. Will he be onto it again? He is. So he's trying to rip the tape off that radiator at the moment, is Jack Ryan. Oh, good battle going on there still between Devlin and also Fielding. Gardner's bought a ticket into it as well. Up ahead, Rankin and Lumsden. So Lumsden having a great run. Max Lumsden has really got the wick turned up in this one. But out front, 1.4 seconds the margin for Daniel Storer. Reece Devlin owns the fastest lap of the race though with a 31.158 in that battle with Fielding. And also Gardner's involved. Here comes Humphrey. So they've turned into a cluster because Humphrey is right on the back of them now. So there's potential for Humphrey to end up back in the top 5 here as he goes past Gardner there. He's still right on the back of Reece Devlin. So Reece Devlin is the next kart on the Humphrey menu. Still at Storer leading comfortably. Ryan, Rankin and Lumsden. So through goes Humphrey on Devlin. Fielding's the next one in the case. Still 3 laps remaining for Daniel Storer, who's more than comfortable. 1.7 second lead. Driving beautifully. Lumsden now trying an attack there on Rankin. Humphrey gets through on Fielding, so all of a sudden Humphrey owns the fastest lap of the race that time and position number 5. So hard to see him making up too many more positions from that, but that's a very good recovery. So through comes Storer. 2 laps remain. Ryan, oh, here comes Lumsden. Can't quite get up far enough. So Lumsden and Rankin, that is an absolute ding-dong battle for the final spot on the podium in this one. So the last lap board to be shown to Daniel Storer. Storer, Ryan. Then you've got Rankin and Lumsden. Humphrey. Then Devlin's got ahead of Fielding.
X30, you should be on the grid. X30.
It is Gardner, Rosenzweig, Keensrod and Haywood. But Daniel Storer is about to win Heat 2 with restricted medium. Kart looked good in the last one, couldn't get it done, but rounds the last corner to take the Heat win. Second place goes to Jack Ryan, Terry Rankin, Max Lumsden. Humphrey with a massive recovery. Devlin and Fielding was a good battle. Gardner, Rosenzweig and Keensrod, Haywood. Peveril the next one through. Wright, Felt and Zeke Sloan round out your field in that one. That was restricted medium for Central Vic Karts and Parts and KFC.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport. Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
X30 for MFK Racing, Remo Racing, Iami and the X30 engine. Set to jet here, Jacob Dow, Parker Scott to start off the front, Jackson Johnson and Cohen Day, Nick Ryan and Christian Cowie, Matt Domishin and Derek Rogers off the fourth, Matt Benson and Riley Jabke, Jack Colin Wilmins missing. Lights are out, down into turn one, there's a bit of bouncing going on. All congested through the canteen corner.
Tag restricted light. You were on the grid. Tag restricted light.
To lead, Dowson from Johnston. Nick Ryan's moved up. Parker Scott, Matt Domishin, Cohen Day, and then it's Jack Bell. So Cowie makes a move there on Jabke. Benson's back after a brake failure in the last one. Misson and Rogers. Oh, Domishin runs wide. That's almost a Bo Humphrey. Exactly what happened to him, except he's kept a little bit closer to the track. So Domishin rejoins. So after taking pole position, it's been a tough day for Domishin. Back up the inside of Misson. Here comes Derek Rogers as well. So Rogers up a position in that one. Moves up to position at number 11. I tell you what, Jack Bell's a man on a mission in this one too. He's moved right up behind. He has moved right up behind. So Dowson continuing to lead from Jackson Johnson, Parker Scott and Jack Bell. So Bell's moved up right from the rear of the field to 4. So Dowson, Johnson, Parker Scott. Cowie's also making big inroads too. So Cowie sits right on the back of Jack Bell. Behind them it's Jabke, then Cohen Day, Nick Ryan, Domishin, Benson, Rogers and Misson. So Misson qualified right up the front too. But he's now circulating at the tail of the field. So now Ryan goes past Cohen Day as well. Fastest lap of the race for Dowson on the previous lap. As Cowie now also gets by Jack Bell. So look for Cowie to move forward. Another one of the South Australian stars just behind Parker Scott. But there's nothing done there between Jack Bell and Cowie. They're racing very, very closely together. But Dowson for MFK Racing in a class sponsored by that company. And Remo Racing and the Army X30 engine. The Dowson is very, very comfortable in the lead. Jackson Johnson comfortable in second. Now Parker Scott, he has got Christian Cowie for company. Dives to the inside, does Cowie, runs very, very wide. Very well judged there by Parker Scott, just let him have it. So now Nick Ryan, another passing manoeuvre there on Cohen Day. Benson and also Rogers going at it. So Bell pulls out with a manoeuvre on Parker Scott at the end of the straight. That's done. So the former KA3 Light National Champion slides straight up the inside of the Mount Gambier young gun in Parker Scott. Cowie shuffled back a little bit too. So now Jack Bell all of a sudden has got a little bit of ascendancy in this field. But Dowson is in a league of his own at the moment. Jackson Johnson not far off, but he just hasn't got the track position to challenge, and Bell has set on the afterburners now as he's got past Parker Scott. Scott and Cowie are about to start waging another battle. Meanwhile, Jabke's under pressure now from Matthew Domishin. So watch for Domishin to try and make a move here on Riley Jabke. Cohen Day just behind. Nick Ryan, Benson, Rogers and Misson. So here goes
Andrew Ray, you need to be here on the grid, please. Andrew Ray.
So Domishin goes through. Cohen Day also in a position to have a look. On the last circulation now is Jacob Dowson. So he goes down the back chute into the 180. And it's a win for Dowson.
Checkers coming out, Andrew. Come on.
Jack Bell home in third in a ripper run through from the rear of the field. Cowie and Scott. Domishin, Jabke and Day. Nick Ryan, Mav Benson, Derek Rogers and Will Misson. That was X30, proudly brought to you by MFK Racing, Remo Racing and the Iami X30 engine.
Southwest Local News is fast becoming known for its free, trusted, reliable and compassionate local news service. Southwest Local News. Local, free, always will be. 3 nights a week on Fitz Media's Facebook page.
A3 Junior will now be ran after tag restricted medium.
Restricted light for GK Autos and Hire and DPE Kart Superstore. We are go. So Spiros assumes his place at the head of the order. Shane Moreland sits in second. Andrew Ray, Tim Rankin, Anthony Pethbridge. Jack Snowhayon, he's made up some big positions as well to be ahead of Oscar Maloney. Daniel Go Lightly, the next one through. Zach Feiget, Jacob Dowland, and currently rounding out the field is Lee Wilkinson. So Spiros leads from Moreland. Moreland looking quite racy in the early laps here. Just behind them is Andrew Ray. Pestbridge, of course, one of the front runners in Masters, currently running. Oh, Moreland takes the move to Spiros. So could we be on for something here? So a nice move there from Shane Moreland, who's going to lead this lap as they go past. So it's bunched up the front four here. So Spiros looks for a tight move there. Ray's got a really nice run out of there. Goes to the inside, can't quite get it done. Look for Pestbridge on Ray. Pestbridge does get up the inside of Ray. So can the Masters star get up the front here in the restricted light? So Spiros now going to work on the back of the Moreland cart. Goes to the inside. Agnostopoulos. So Moreland sizes him up again. Couldn't get the return of serve done. So Spiros has made the move, and then he's covered it off nicely for the return of serve. Meanwhile, Ray is also, they're taking some big curb on the inside here, ladies and gentlemen. So that allows Pestbridge through, but Moreland and Ray just straight over the curb coming onto the straight. Massive, massive launch there for both those drivers, and it did neither of them any favours. So meanwhile, Tim Rankin trying to make his way, desperately trying to make his way up into this front bunch. Oscar Maloney's driving pretty well today. He's currently in position number 5. Hang on, he's not in position number 5. What is happening here? It's gone haywire. It's Pat Spiros out down the bottom. So we'll have a reload and see how that goes. But showing that Spiros is currently in position 11, but is in the lead on the track. So mine's smarter than mine. I'm going to work that one out. But it's Spiros leading, Moreland and Pestbridge. So Pestbridge fastest lap of the race that time by with a 30.343. So there's definitely pace in the 89 as he comes up the back to try and take on Moreland once again. Ray sits behind in position at number 4. Tim Rankin is once again having a lonely run in position 5. Oscar Maloney having a standout weekend in position number 6. Just ahead of Dowland and also Go Lightly. Hayon is in position at number 8. Feiget in 9. And then Wilkinson currently rounding out your runners. Well, that's actually position number 11 because whatever's happened with Spiros showing him a lap down, I do not know. So Anagnostopoulos leads from Moreland and Pestbridge. Ray just hasn't quite got the pace in this one to go with these leaders. Was closer to the mark in the opener. Rankin, and then it is Maloney. So Pestbridge still peppering the back of the Moreland cart. Meanwhile, Spiros has probably eased out to about 5 or 6 cart lengths. But it's enough to be comfortable at the moment. And he's looking to do the deal again, is Spiros Anagnostopoulos. So he drives the 56 hard into the first hairpin. Up the hill he goes into the right-hander. Good run out of there for Shane Moreland, though. His cart looks like it might be just coming on stronger again. So he's put a cart length into Pestbridge and maybe gone after Spiros a little bit. So they did identical lap times that time by with Spiros and also Moreland. So nothing shabby about the Moreland cart as he sits in position number 2. with Pestbridge right in his back pocket. I've noticed when we go up the hill into that right hand, there's a little penchant for getting your left rear wheel off in the dirt, and it's cost a lot of very good drivers big sums of time in the last few races, so it's something to watch. The last lap now for Spiros, Pestbridge and Moreland still at it, duking it out. Behind them it's Ray, and then Rankin. And then Maloney and Dowling, so they're going at it as well. But through the last couple of corners, get a double heat race winner. It's Spiros and Agnostopoulos who takes the win. Moreland in second, Pestbridge in third. Andrew Ray home in position at number 4. Tim Rankin. So Spiros has gained timing. He's back in the lead. Ray, Rankin, Maloney in 6th. Dowling in 6th, 6th actually. Maloney in 7th. And then you've got Feiget and Wilkinson. That was restricted light for GK Autos and Hire, and also the DPE Kart Superstore.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport. Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
KA4 Junior Heavy for TD Racing, Central Vic Karts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. We are off and racing. McKinley is your leader from Garraway, Shaw. And then it's Sharp. Sutton's moved up a couple, Fay. And then it's Briggs and Mifsud. But McKinley is straight down to business in this one. He leads Hugo Garraway. Garraway was your pole sitter after qualifying yesterday, but it's McKinley who won the opening heat and has skipped away in this one. Lachlan Sharp sits in position number 3 ahead of Fletcher Shaw. And then Seth Sutton as well. Laura Fay trying to make something of a comeback this weekend after a terrible qualifying and then a really upended heat 1, so she's got some work to do. So McKinley, but giving chase is Garraway, so it was half a second the margin last time by. It's 4 tenths now with a 32.121 for Garraway, fastest lap so far, and he gives chase to Taylor McKinley. Third is Sharp, then you've got Shaw. So Laura's moved up now past, Pat moved past Seth Sutton. That was a bit of argy-bargy, but well done to Seth Sutton, who said that wasn't really fair and let her go back past. So maybe that's your sportsmanship award. Who knows? Maybe someone else has done something out in the pits. So now Garraway zeroing in on the back of their McKinley kart. Sharp doing an excellent job as well. So as your round one winner is Fletcher Shaw. And the 40 Fay now is in position at number 5. Seth Sutton and it is your 50. Central Vic Karts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. So the battle raging now as McKinlay gets past McKinlay tries to fight back. So McKinlay gets a little bit nicer run onto the straight, then Gary Way pulls over and out. They go side by side down into the first turn. And it's McKinlay who reassumes the lead. Hits the curb on the exit there. Will that cost him? Garraway touching. Maybe this is McKinlay. Oh, had that left rear wheel off in the dirt. That was very, very close. So McKinlay leads from Garraway, who's also hit a bit of curb there himself and cost himself. So he's going to have to settle down and go after him again here. Sharp's done a very good drive to be sitting in position 3. Fletcher Shaw the next through. Laura Fay, Seth Sutton. And then you've got Riley Briggs. And Mia Mifsud. So Mifsud now on the inside of Briggs. Gets up the inside. Oh, a little bit of bump and grind, but they're done. So just the 4 laps remaining to sort this battle out between McKinlay and also Garraway. 0.4 of a second last time past. It's only 2 now. So Garraway right back. A little bit of a touch there. So they're very, very close between these two. Then Sharp and Shaw. So Seth Sutton's come back very strongly against Laura Fay here. Mia Mifsud's also not Ethan's Riley Briggs. Oh, here comes Sutton now to make the move down the back chute on Laura Fay. That one's done, but back at the front, Garraway and McKinlay. They've got 3 laps. It's going to be about 2.5 laps now. So Garraway making himself very, very in this battle. So McKinlay very nice through that section of the track. I feel like Garraway just makes up a tiny little bit through the flip-flop onto the main straight. So it's close. Still that very similar margin, 0.2 of a second. Here's where Garraway's strong. He can't hit the curb on the exit there. But can he get up? McKinlay is a very accomplished runner here in this class this season. Won't be easy to shake. And the kart's very well matched here. Win. Garraway will get right up on the back of him. He does every lap, but can he make a move? You feel like the first hairpin's a big opportunity, but he's not close enough. Very good. So drives very even through there. In Garraway, but I think it's going to be too little too late. It's going to be Taylor McKinlay who's going to drive onto the straight in the lead and take the win. Good battle between those two. Taylor McKinlay, your winner. Hugo Garraway in second. Third's going to go to Lachlan Sharp. Fletcher home next in position number 4. A little bit of daylight before Seth Sutton comes home. And then Mia Mifsud. Riley Briggs. And something has happened.
Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Three senior medium for Vicky's Coffee Bus, Karting Australia and the Continent Maxes. Maritz and Neats on the front row, Briggs and Thomas, High and Burt. Finlay and Luciani, Rogers and Hendrickson near 10. Watch out for Luciani. So it's Maritz away, Briggs and then Neats. High. Oh, Thomas with a big move up the inside there. I think that's Derek Rogers who's mixed up in that. Hendrickson off the track over the back, comes back on. Well, gee, that was close. There was too wide down the back chute there, and Hendrickson was on the grass outside them both. Maritz, Briggs, Neats, High, Finlay, Luciani. Then you got Thomas and Burton, Chambers, Rogers, Termine, Trigg, Johnson, Fong. Oh, Termine's off the track. Dunmore and Hendrickson is your field in this one. So Maritz looking every bit in the class of the field here in the opening two heats, continues to lead. He's got about a three car length gap from Ethan Briggs.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Southwest Local News is fast becoming known for its free, trusted, reliable and compassionate local news service. Southwest Local News. Local, free, always will be. 3 nights a week on Fitz Media's Facebook page.
Test, 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 test. Test, test. Test, test. Testing, 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 testing.
So Ewan Anderson comes by. I've just changed the battery, so hopefully that's a bit better for the microphone. So we've got Riley Harrison clear in second now, and Ash Manu, and then Lampasi. Then you've got the next cut through is Purvis. Then Costanzo. Riley G's next through Corliss, and then Humphrey, Soderstrom, and Ross. think we've lost one of those two carts. It might be the Jack Jabke cart that's parked up over at the hairpin. But still Ewan Anderson, who is now starting his last lap. So up the hill he goes, round the right, down the back chute for the last time. He had 5.8 seconds on Riley Harrison last time. Just to negotiate through the top end of the circuit, onto the straight. Heat 2 winner, Ewan Anderson from Portland, wins the Heat 2 race. Cadet 12 brought to you by Dave Sarah's Car Class and also MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. Riley Harrison's happy with P2 in that one. Anash Manu, Michael Lampasi, and Blake Purvis round out your top 5. Lucas Costanzo, Riley G, Oscar Corliss, Caden Humphrey, and Mitchell Soderstrom rounds out your 10. Levi Ross, Alfie Carter, and unfortunately Jabke parked up there. That was Cadet 12 for Kart Class, MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. That's the last of the second course. We're ready to dish out some trophies. I hope you're ready because it's about to get serious.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Southwest Local News is fast becoming known for its free, trusted, reliable and compassionate local news service. Southwest Local News. Local, free, always will be. 3 nights a week on Fitz Media's Facebook page.
So slight change to the race order, ladies and gentlemen. KA3 Light to come out first for BP Horsham South, Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. Let's set the grid for the final. Time to give away some silverware.
So Victorian Combined Masters.
Angus, second row, Josh Elliston and Jet Buckley on row number 3. Ethan Bray and Riley George on the 4th ahead of Jordan Malcolm.
Victorian Combined Masters and Tag Restricted Heavy are next on the grid.
Number 6 ahead of Mika Bottrell and Brock Fewens. Scott McEachran rounds out the 15 card field. Of course, brought to you by BP Horsham South, Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. So Herbertson has been on the podium at every round so far. Can he do the business again? He won the Warrnambool round. He sits alongside Joel McPherson. So these two have won all 3 rounds to front row as they charge down into turn 1. Telescovy up over the curb there, but they've come out nearly as they started at the front. And it's Herbertson from McPherson. Telescovy tucked in behind. Herbertson from McPherson, Telescovy, Elliston, and then Angus Hall. The next one through is Bray. Oh, Parker very, very loose through there. Next car through is Jet Buckley. Then you've got Riley George, Jordan Malcolm. Cart 10 there is Wesley Bowden. Then Jason Douglas, McEachran, Bottrell. And currently rounding the field out is Brock Fewens. So long finals, these 18 laps. So we're away 16 laps to go here with Herbertson and McPherson. These two are absolutely cherry ripe for a big race in this one. Telescovy sits in P3, Elliston in P4. Next one through is Angus Hall, then Ethan Bray, Brockland Parker, George and Buckley giving each other a few hand signals. Jordan Malcolm, he sits behind them. So look for some movers and shakers as this race goes on. Herbertson, still your leader. Here comes Angus Hall on Elliston. So your pole sitter moves up into position number 4. So Bray now having a look at Elliston, but Parker's going to sneak up the inside. Oh, that was very, very close to being a disaster between Parker, Bray, and also Elliston. So out of all that, Parker was trying to sneak up the inside and ended up getting shuffled back. Didn't make anything out of it. So Herbertson still your leader. McPherson and Telescovy. Elliston and Bray's where the action is at the moment. Behind them it's Parker. Behind Parker it's Riley George and then Jet Buckley. Next car through is Bowden, and then you've got two Ballarat boys. I think it is Jason Douglas and also Jason Douglas and Jordan Malcolm there together. So now Parker's got past Elliston, but Elliston goes back. George buys a ticket to the party here now. Oh, Parker back up the inside of Elliston. George might take advantage as well, but I don't know if he's got the momentum. No, he hasn't to get past Elliston. So that battle from fifth back is very exciting at the moment, but it's Herbertson that leads from McPherson to Lescovy and Hall. Bray's at the head of the next pack, which has got Brockland Parker making some progress. Then Elliston, George and Buckley. So Buckley now goes to the inside of Riley George, makes that manoeuvre stick. Behind them, Bowden's having his best run of the day. He currently sits in position number 10. So just inside the 10 is Wesley Bowden. As a bit of cloud cover comes over, a little bit of a chill in the air now. Here comes Hall on Telescovy for the final spot on the podium. So Angus Hall, the crisp flip-flop, tries to get back to Telescovy, can't get it done. So Hall now moves up into a podium position, in position at number 3. But still Herbertson has not put a foot wrong all weekend and continues to lead. McPherson in second, Hall now in third from Telescovy. Bray still under fire from Elliston, Parker. And then you've got this battle between Riley George and also Jet Buckley, which is an absolute cracker at the moment. Behind them, it's Bowden, who leads Malcolm. Bottrell's moved up a couple on Jason Douglas and Scott McEachran. And then currently rounding out that field at the moment is Brock Fewens. So fastest lap of the race at the moment belongs to Angus Hall with a 30.021. So there's pace in the 86. And he was very close to that time again, but what do you know? Corey Herbertson, 29.961, goes quick time in this final. He's just gone sub 30 seconds, the first driver to do that today. So 29.961, Herbertson on fire. I do not know what Joel McPherson was doing there. Looked like he was trying to rub his finger on the left rear wheel. So I do not know what was happening there. That was strange. Telescovy's dropped back from Hall, but I tell you what, Hall's going after McPherson. There's plenty of laps left for him here, 8 laps to go. But that battle behind with Bray, Elliston and Parker. Riley George is right in it too. They are a real simmering pack there with Jet Buckley just dropping a little bit off the back. Oh, Elliston wide allows them through onto the grass. So George makes up a position there. Great battle now between Bray, Parker. Parker looks to the inside. George is going to make the most of this. He might pass both of them here, Riley. George gets right up the inside of Brocklin Parker and clears the pair. So up to position at number 5 for Riley George. But out front, Herbertson and actually Angus Hall has grabbed McPherson. So Hall up to second, 6 laps to go. Fastest lap that time by for, or was actually the lap before Hall with a 29.875. So Hall is a man on a mission. Keep your eyes on the 86, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a lot of time to make up on Herbertson, but he is absolutely flying at the moment. So Herbertson responds with a quicker time, so etches out just a 10th again. But that margin's going to be very, very hard to peg back. Good battle at the towards the rear of the field too, as now Douglas has got by Bottrell. McEachran's involved in that as well. But Herbertson, 4 laps remain between him and a second round win for 2022 in the DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. And what a cracker for BP Horsham South and also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. So George, he's made himself comfortable in position at number 5. So Telescovy, he's having a lonely run now that he's lost touch to Hall. So it was 1.9 seconds a lead for Herbertson before that lap. It's now 1.9 seconds, so no change. So it's operating so close to each other, Hall and Herbertson. Nothing likely to change from here. So Herbertson is going to come up on the lap cart of Brock Fewens in the not too distant future. So 2 laps left for Herbertson before he puts it in the book. Hall's driven superbly to be up to second ahead of Joel McPherson. 4th place Telescovy, then George Elliston, Bray, Parker and Buckley. Bowden the next one through, Malcolm, Douglas, Bottrell, and then you've got McEachran and Fewen. Last lap now for Corey Herbertson. He's on his way to a comprehensive win here in the Wimmera Kart Club on the new upgraded circuit. So he'll want to try and get past Brock Fewens here. I reckon he'll want a clear view of the checkered flag. And he does so. So Herbertson, just a couple of corners remaining before he puts it in the books. He's going to be a 2-time round winner in 2022. Corey Herbertson, ladies and gentlemen, your winner here at the Wimmera. So Herbertson wins. 2nd place goes to Angus Hall. 3rd to McPherson. Telescovy. And then George home for a top 5. Elliston, Parker, Bray, Buckley. Bowden rounds out your top 10 ahead of Jordan Malcolm. That was K8. Brought to you by BP Horsham South, Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Tag light.
Mitchell and Reefers to lead away the Masters for Toyster & Co Lawyers. And also Pro Karting. They got together at Portland and got stuck together. Let's hope that doesn't happen again here. And then Angwin and Booth to lead away in the heavies. So it's Mitchell in the lead here from Pethbridge and Reethus. Behind them it's Gilbart and Taylor. Stubbs and Ord. Forrest, Crane. Next car through is Page, I believe. And then we've got McQueen. All the and the heavies trying to sort themselves out. So Sutton and McQueen together there in the Masters. So Kevin Hitchcock having a tough run in the heavies there too. He's running at the rear of the field after some pole positions, and Pethbridge now right up on the back of Ash Mitchell. So could Mitchell be challenged for the first time in this class this weekend? It looks like Pethbridge has got a bit to go on with. Rita sits in third, Gilbart, and then you've got Ronnie Taylor. Stubbs is next through, Forrest and Crane. Behind Crane, it's Greg Ord. No, it's actually McQueen who's got past Ord. Page is the next one through. Then Sutton, Jackson, Alola, Wilson and Harvey. So here comes Forrest on Crane. Decides not to go there. Oh, now Pethbridge has grabbed the lead in the Masters. There's a change for position. And Kyle Booth is leading the heavy section of this event. From Mick Angwin. Then you've got Matheson. Behind them it's Petchy. So Petchy's up in P4, but he's looking for his first podium. He's looking around for everything at the minute. But it's Pethbridge from Mitchell. Reethus, and now, I tell you what, Gilbart's starting to come on strong. Behind Reethus as well. So Forrest has got by Stubbs. Crane tucked in behind Stubbs. And then you've got McQueen. Then you've got Ord and Page. So plenty going on all over the racetrack. So the two leaders in the heavy class are in danger of catching the back of the Masters class very, very soon, which could lead to some interference in some respects. Wouldn't be deliberate, but I tell you what, they're getting very, very close to catching a gaggle of Masters. Which I tell you, Kyle Booth, he will not want that. He will not want to see those guys up the road. Petchy now sits in P4. Pethbridge has pulled a little bit of margin. Ash Mitchell's trying to relax the arms. These are long races around, especially around a track that's fairly relentless. Oh, Gilbart now moves up into P3. So Gilbart goes past Reethus for the last spot on the podium. Taylor currently sitting in position at number 5. So Forrest behind him, Crane and also McQueen have got by Stubbs. Stubbs being chased now by Greg Ord and also John Page. So the battle for the lead in the heavies has really congested now that they're stuck behind the Masters. So look at Angwin, he's peppering the back of the Kyle Booth cart. Oh no! So Angwin has slipped past in an incident with one of the Masters. So Angwin now leads, but I tell you what, Booth has got the bit between the teeth now. So look for Kyle Booth to try and put a move back on Mick Angwin. So they're bottled up behind the Masters. There's no blue flags because they're in different classes. Pethbridge now mighty comfortable in the lead ahead of Ash Mitchell. So Mitchell had done everything right, won the heats, and now Pethbridge has come and he's delivered a rocket. Oh, here comes Booth on Angwin. Oh, nearly. So Kyle Booth is trying everything to get by Mick Angwin now, who's bottled up behind a couple of their slower Masters class carts. So 9 laps to go. These are super long races here at the Wimmera Kart Racing Club for the finals. Oh no, that's a big accident for Jace Kilcullen up into the hairpin. So Kilcullen has hit those tyres very, very hard and dislodged them. So I hope all's all right with the big fella. He's got out, he looks sore, but he's out of the cart. So Kilcullen, big accident. That was Ash Mitchell just behind him. So they're working their way through. So Pethbridge, still your leader from Mitchell. The next car through is Gelbart, who is in position number 3. Daniel Rita sits in 4th. Ronnie Taylor is still in position at number 5. Leon Forrest hasn't been able to make much inroads. McQueen, and then it's McQueen, and then Crane, Stubbs, Ord, and then the next car through is Page. Oh, I tell you what, the heavies are actually going to war here. So Petchy's broken clear of Tucker and Kevin Hitchcock. Oh, Gelbart's thrown it away. Heath Gelbart has thrown it away up at the hairpin. He's in the parking lot. He is OUT there. He's not coming out of there. So that's going to hand Daniel Reethers a possible podium. But Gelbart just got in there too hot and nothing doing. He's going to try and rock it out, but there's nothing doing there. He might as well shut her off. That is game over for Heath Gelbart. What a devastating run after he was in a podium position. So there's 6 laps to go. Oh, Page and Order together at the end of the straight. No love lost there whatsoever. So here comes Pethbridge. He laps the leader of the heavies, which is Mick Angwin. Kyle Booth still not giving up on this one. So Booth behind Mick Angwin. This is going to be a run to the flag with these two. There is carts everywhere. This is a commentator's nightmare. But still the leader is Anthony Pethbridge. He has been an absolute jet as he makes another move on the lap cart.
Greg and Ella Dunmore, there's 5 laps to go. Greg and Ella Dunmore, 5 laps to go.
The leaders are 1-2 in here. So Angwin has been lapped by Pethbridge, but is your leader. Ash Mitchell comes up behind Kyle Booth now. Simon Ilola, very generous with his cart manoeuvring there to let Pethbridge through. So Ash Mitchell now sits in position 2, but he's behind position 2 in the heavies. Pulls out and makes that move. Oh, we're getting a real cluster of carts back at the hairpin. Some of these heavies are really starting to duke it out now. But it's also allowed Leon Forrest to get right up on the back of Ronnie Taylor. So Pethbridge, no issues here as Mitchell goes up the inside of Angwin. Ilola lets him through. Kyle Booth can't get close enough to go through with Angwin. So I think Angwin's looking pretty steady here in the heavies. Oh, and goes Forrest on the inside of Taylor. So Forrest moves up into the top 5. Taylor now into position number 6. So Pethbridge He has got 2 laps remaining. He's going to come around and see the last lap board. I think we're going to have to focus on him because there's carts absolutely everywhere. So Mitchell, he's up to second. There's no carts between those two now. So we're going to run the last lap. So here comes Anthony Pesprit. He's delivered a rocket in the final. Last lap comes out. Cloud starting to come over. Mitchell in second. Third place is Daniel Reithers, who is way off, way back. But he's in a podium position here, Reithers. Then you got the leader of your heavies. Oh, I tell you, slow-moving Leon Forrest there. I'm not sure what happened there. But at the moment, he's delivered in the big one. Pestbridge rounds the last corner to take victory, and it's Anthony Pestbridge who wins the Masters here. For Toysner & Co. Lawyers and Pro Karting, Ash Mitchell home in second. Daniel Reithers will be home in third position. In restricted heavy for AC Signtech, AHR Media and Darren Sportography, it's Mick Angwin, your winner. Second to Kyle Booth, and Adrian Matheson will take home position at number 3. What a race that was. There was hot spots and action everywhere. Karts all over the circuit. So we'll have a quick break and we'll be right back with the clouds coming over for Tag Light.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
I please have Kyle Booth to the stewards room, please? Kyle Booth to the stewards room.
Tag light on the circuit now for Horsham Car Spares and Repairs and also Southwest Conveyancing. Shout out to Alistair and Tanya, supporters of our live stream this weekend if you're watching on at home. So tag light, set it to go. Jake Krasner and Daniel Pegg, Max Fay and Austin Worrell, Belton and Malkin, Parkinson and Massimini. We are go. So plenty of congestion down into the canteen corner. Malkin's gone around. A couple of carts going around. There's a Dunmore cart, Malkin, Rakavalis. And there is another cart that has gone around, which I'm seeing is cart number 80, which is Massimini. So plenty of action early on. But Jake Krasner, could this be the fairy tale of the whole weekend? After qualifying absolutely stone cold last with one lap in qualifying, could he win the final here and do the 2 heats in the final? Daniel Pegg sits second, Max Fay, Worrell, and then Belton, Menzel and McKean, Parkinson. So good to see the Parkinson cart back out there again. Same with the Dunmore machine, because that was a big hit between that parked cart and the last one, and also the Dunmore, I think it was Grace Dunmore cart. But it's Krasner from Pegg and Fay, Worrell and Belton. And McKean, so McKean making some moves, goes to the inside of Menzel, no deal. So Parkinson is also moving up. I've seen Parkinson race at Mildura, he was quite speedy, so look for him to put some moves on too. Tucked in behind is Daniel Finlay and Mitch Arrow, they were both up the front in quali. Stephen Malkin's been a front runner, but he's buried at the moment. So plenty of subplots in this one, but at the moment it's Jake Krasner. Daniel Pegg just let Max Fay through, pointed the finger and said, go there, son. So he did. So look at Fay now to give chase to Krasner. Worrell, he just zeroes up the back of Pegg. Then down the back chute goes Menzel, Finlay, Parkinson. And then it's McKean, and then it's Arrow. And Malkin starting to make his way back. 2 Dunmores and Rennie out the field is Rakavalis. So the final spot on the podium looking is as doubtful as ever, with Pegg being chased by Worrell and also Belton. Menzel's got some track position, Finlay, and then Parkinson, McKean, Mitch Arrow, and then Malkin. So the margin was 1.5 last time by, it's now 1.4. So Maxi Fay's taken a 10th out of the Jake Krasner lead with the fastest lap of a 29.947. So it's worth very similar time to the fastest time in KA3 Senior Light. So just under that 29, just under the 32nd bracket. But I tell you, Krasner's got good track position at the moment. He's just got to maintain, keep the head down and go for it. So Fay working very hard to try and catch him. So another fastest lap for Max Fay, but I tell you what, Krasner has responded with his own 29.9. So Krasner goes sub 30 seconds as well as he realises he's going to have to turn up the wick to get this done. Rakavalis on Dunmore. That's past him and also Finlay and Parkinson. That's a... And Arrow. So it was 1.4 seconds last time by. It's still 1.4 as Fay goes faster at 29.6 and he's matched with the 29. So this with Krasner. 0.4 second gap. Like Krasner has got track position and track position is king. Third place is Daniel Pegg. Worrell hasn't been able to do anything about him at the moment. Geordie Belton tucked behind as well. Then you've got Menzel. So it's down to a second now. So Faye lowers the mark again with a 29.4. So 29.7 for Krasner. 29.7 also for Austin Worrell. And an 8, so Pegg going to come under fire from Worrell. As I say that, up the inside goes Worrell on Pegg, and Belton gets through too. So a double whammy. But Krasner, he had a second lead last time, and the margin is shrinking. As Faye comes after him at 29.3 now for Faye. He took half a second out of him there to be just over half a second, under half a second behind. So Faye versus Krasner, and there's 9 laps remaining, so Krasner's got to respond here. Malcolm goes around the outside of Finlay, so that's another move for position. There is stuff going on right through this field. Krasner looks like he might have responded a little bit this lap, but it's still the margins come down. So it's just under 4/10 now. They're very, very equal. But we're going to see some racecraft come into it in the next couple of laps as Krasner is now got Max Faye 100% for company at the halfway point of this one. So up they come into the 180, and the Carter Faye is absolutely looking like he's on here. Comes up to the back of Krasner. Krasner looks over the shoulder. So what does he do now? Does he try and clear him, or does he just sit on him? He's not going to sit on him. He comes to the inside and passes him. It gives Krasner the incentive. He crisscrosses back. So good racecraft from Jake Krasner. And he also he let Faye run in a little bit deeper there, and he took the advantage. So he's probably got his margin back again. So I'd say the margin's going to be about 0.4 of a second again. Let's see how I go. So the margin as it comes up is 0.4 of a second. My eyes are getting better as the day's going on. Dunmore pulls over to let him resume the battle, and well done there. So I think that's Cart 50. That's Ella. Sorry, it's Grace Dunmore. So Grace Dunmore doing the right thing for the leaders. And I tell you what, now Krasner's got that little bit of margin. He looks really solid again. So maybe it's woken him up a little bit. Is Jake Krasner. But Faye's going to have to go after him again. He caught him once before, but now he's given him the incentive. So it could be a different story. So Worrell sits in third, Belton in fourth, Pegg, Menzel, Parkinson, McKean. So Krasner comes up the hill into the right-hander. Nice drive off there. So he was actually faster last time round, Krasner, than what Max Faye was. Margin looks fractionally smaller, but there's not a lot in it. So it's 0.4 of a second. And it was a 10th made up in that one. So Krasner, he's going to have to really, really sustain the pressure here, because Max Faye is definitely coming. So nice drive off there once again. So he's good out of there. This is where Faye closes up a little bit under brakes, but he's got to be neat and tidy, does Krasner, as he comes around onto the straight. He's going to be 3 circulations from a potential win. And the two of them are going to go hard until the end. So Faye took another 10th out. We've got 3/10 the difference. As you can see, he's close right up to the back of him now. There's going to have to be a bit of racecraft here from Krasner if he's going to hold on, because you feel like Faye's got the faster go-kart here. Up through the top section, through the 180, flip-flop back onto the straight. Faye's right on him now. So here comes Krasner. Faye gets right up to the back of him. Might have even made a little bit of contact. He took 3/10 out of him that time, Max Faye. So he's sitting on Krasner. I reckon he's trying to work out a good spot for a pass. Could it be this? And it is. But the crisscross, and they've done it again. Oh, they've come together. They're both off the track. So Krasner. I think Krasner's out of business here. Oh, that is a heartbreak for Jake Krasner. So Max Faye, this one could have a cloud over it. So Faye, your leader. Second is Worrell. And then third is Belton. So all of a sudden you've got 2 new guys on the podium. They were fighting for a spot. So the checkered flag's about to drop, but not without controversy as Max to the line. Second for Worrell, third for Belton. Pegg comes home in position number 4. Menzel, Parkinson. So it's Parkinson, Menzel, McKean, Malkin, Finlay and Arrow is your 10 in that one. Brought to you by Horsham Car Spares and Repairs and Southwest Conveyancing.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Southwest Local News is fast becoming known for its free, trusted, reliable and compassionate local news service. Southwest Local News. Local, free, always will be. 3 nights a week on Fitz Media's Facebook page.
watch out for Heine. He's buried deep, your last round winner from Portland. So we've had Agnostiades has won the round in Cobden, Snaith, and then Heine. Could we crown a new winner and go without a double up in 2022? Starters hands, lights are out. Basso and Snaith to lead him down. Mariner, Frith making a big desperate move down the middle. Mariner up to second. Oh, we got a spinner. That's Aston around facing the wrong way. And I think Dallas Green. So Hill and Green, round they go. So Aston Hill's impressive speed, but he's going to need every single bit of it now as he is buried deep in the pack. So it's Basso leading from Max Mariner, who's just off the P-plates. He impressed us early in the season on the P-plates. And then Snaith, Frith, McEachran and Humphrey, White, Darla. Here comes Darcy Heine. So Heine making positions up, but he's also got a lot of work to do. Comes up to the back of Josh White. But our front, Matt Basso, he'd be looking to do the sweep of the heats and the final here. He's edged away just the slightest bit from Max Mariner. Behind Mariner, Snaith, and of course Snaith was the round winner not so long ago at Warrnambool. So Basso, Mariner, still trying to make a manoeuvre on Josh White. He's cleaned a few of the tail end drivers, but he has been so Snaith, they're not letting him go, Mariner and Snaith here, but they can't afford it. That's when Basso's going to check out. Frith's having a good run. McEachran, Humphrey, Heine now. White, Darla. And then the 88, which is Tanner Peters, Jaden, Aston Hill. 87 is William Cowie. Then you've got Sparks and Green, who are currently rounding out the field in this one. So still they give chase Mariner and Snaith. If Snaith's going to be able to go after Basso, he's got to be able to make a clean move on Mariner. But Basso has not put a foot wrong in the heat. So the margin was half a second. Last time past the stripe, Snaith owns the fastest lap of the race. In fact, his last lap was pretty quick too, with a 31.186 matching Basso. But if he's going to have a run at Basso, he needs to clear Mariner. And Mariner at 0.6 of a second, 30.988 for Basso, if you don't mind. So that's the first sub-31 second lap of the final. On now, Mariner. I think Snaith got by, but he had to give that one up. So they can't afford too much of that if they want to challenge Basso for the win. So fourth place at the moment comfortably is Cooper Frith. Then you've got McEachran, Humphrey and Heine. Next through is Della, White, Ryder, Peters and Hill. Cowie and Green and Sparks currently rounding the field. So 0.7 of a second the last time by was the lead for Basso. Margin stays the same as the top three, do very, very similar times. So Basso's got that track position that everyone covets, and here comes Snaith. Goes to the inside of Mariner. So Snaith needs to hold this position if he's going to go after and try and chase down Basso. Says to Mariner, come on, we can't fight each other. We've got to go. And I absolutely 100% agree with that call. They need to work together to catch up to Basso if they're going to race to this. So Frith, he's having a fairly lonely run as Heine's now grabbed both Humphrey and also McEachran. So Heine now up to position at number 5. So he's come from really deep in the field. I think he started on position 14. So he's up 9 positions, is Darcy Heine, and now he gives chase to Cooper Frith. So Snaith maybe but I tell you what, Basso's got a second and a half now. So all of a sudden their fighting has actually led to Basso getting a bigger lead. Cooper Frith is not going to full attention of Darcy Heine in this one. McEachran and Humphrey together been for much of the weekend. Della and then Ryder, sorry, it's the Darla. Peters, oh good, Green and Hill are at it, down into the hairpin, just ahead of the 87, which is Cowie and William Sparks. So Snake definitely broken clear of Max Mariner now. He's pulled a margin actually out of Basso, but there's only 8 laps remaining. We're really past halfway. Took 2 with the fastest lap of the race last time past the stripe. So look for James Snaith to keep turning the screws on Basso here. The margin was 1.3. Let's have a look at it now. It's 1.1. Would you read about it? Here comes Snaith. He took 2/10 of a second out of Basso again that lap. So Snaith is putting his case forward. He's chasing very hard as the girls come side by side. Chelsea and Acacia up into the hairpin. Acacia continues to lead that battle. As now is down into the back chute goes Heine. Heine passes Cooper Frith for P4. Oh, lap card here for Basso. Does Spark see the blue flag? Basso makes it move anyway. So it was 1.4, so Basso responded that last lap. So it's just a matter of Spark. Goes past, not too much disruption there, so it's just on a second as Snaith actually made up a lot with that little bit of a hold up for Basso with passing the Sparks card. There's only a second in it. But the thing is, did Snaith get a little bit of a balk there as now White goes to the inside of Cowie. So it's exactly a second last time by. It's now 1.2, so this is seesawing with 4 laps remaining. I can't see Snaith being able to get to the back of Basso. Basso's been rock solid in this. He hasn't put a foot wrong. He's let Snaith have little bits of margin here and there, but it's not enough to catch. It's going to have the biggest laps of James Snaith's life, I reckon, to catch up to Basso here. So the margin is under a second as he goes fast as Snaith. You wouldn't read about it. He has not given up at 30.577. So he has not put the cue in the rack yet. James Snaith, he wants to keep going and take this one out. But I tell you what, there's a second of track position that's not going to help his cause. Oh, Sparks off the road at the second hairpin. Rejoins. 2 laps remaining for Basso. The margin now is 0.8 of a second. So not much in at that time by. So Basso's just got to dot the I's, cross the T's, and he's home. It's very hard to make up a second in 2 laps. And also past the leader. So Basso comes around the end of the straight, onto the main straight for the second last time. Down the straight, he's got one more circulation to put this one in the books. Smooth as you like. He comes around into the hairpin for the last time. It's been as tight. We couldn't have had him a little bit closer on the track. But it's Basso who comes up into the 180 final time. 2 corners, he's going to be a winner. Basso wins. Second place goes to Snaith. Third to Mariner. 4th in a stellar drive up 10 positions. Frith home in position number 5. Della home next. Humphrey and then McEachran. Ryder Darla is going to be the next car home. Darla home in position number 9. Tanner Peters, Aston Hill, Dallas Green, Josh White and William Cowie. That was KA4 Junior Light for Horsham Trailer and Engineering in the Melbourne Kart Centre.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
The starters' hands, the youngest class of the day, and they're formed up well. They charge down into the first turn. Polkinghorn looks like he's made some ground up there at the start to move into second position, but it's Bristow away. Polkinghorn and then Mifsud, Ather and Smith, and then it's Bo Chambers, Alana Gurney, Casey Waters, Lawson Effingham, and then Blake Germanchis and Jackson Boyle, my apologies. But Bristow, as we've seen so many times this year, has set off in the lead of this one. Polkinghorn under pressure from Mifsud, with Ather and Smith right in the mix there as well. Bo Chambers as well. Alana Gurney is also very much in the mix here for the top 5 finishers. Casey Waters, Lawson Effingham, and then it's Blake Germanchis and Jackson Boyle. So no doubt about Bristow, he is absolutely away. Second place is Lawson Effingham. Mifsud trying to turn the screws on him. Ather and Smith is the next car through. Bo Chambers and Alana Gurney, Casey Waters, Lawson Effingham, Germanchis and Boyle. So a good one now as pulls out to pass Polkinghorn. So that's a great move for position by Xavier Mifsud as he moves up to position number 2. Third place is still Polkinghorn with Ather and Smith. Following on behind those two. So fastest lap of the race that time for Bristow, 33.112. He is absolutely dominating this class this weekend. Just as we've seen, he has won past 2 rounds of this series and finished second in the first one. So Bristow running, so Xavier Mifsud now. He's of Curtis Polkinghorn. Of course, Polkinghorn and Bristow have been on every podium so far this year. So can they make it 4 from 4 here in the Wimmera? Battle here ensuing between Casey Waters and also Lawson Effingham. Those two are battling for position at number 7. Bristow, fastest time last time pass was 32.9. 2. Does he improve this time pass? It's like a time trial run here for Bristow, and he does with a 32.787. Mifsud now, 33.1. 33.2 for Polkinghorne. Atherton Smith at 33.3. 33.7 for Chambers, who just doesn't quite look to have the sting that he had in the earlier races. Gurney working her way up to challenge Chambers. Waters and Effingham still going at it. So Atherton Smith now starting to size up Curtis Polkinghorne. So took a couple of tenths out that time, did Atherton Smith. But onto the straight once again comes Archie Bristow, the Ballarat driver, the class of the Cadet 9 field. Once again. So Mifsud, he is looking very, very comfortable in second too. Couple of good weekends for that young man. Then Polkinghorne and Smith, they're duking out for the last spot on the podium. Chambers and Gurney battling for the last spot in the top 5. Oh, Smith, he set himself up pretty nicely for a big run down the straight. And Smith doesn't quite do the business, but you saw what he was trying to do then. He ran out wide for a nicer run on, so he's sizing him up here, Atherton Smith. Can he get the move done on Curtis Polkinghorne? Of course, Polkinghorne, one of the more seasoned drivers here in the Cadet 9 class. Bristow again, he sees 7 laps remaining, I believe, or 8 laps this time. So we're just past the halfway mark of this Cadet 9 final. So it's Bristow from Mifsud. Polkinghorne, now Smith's dropped back just a little bit. So now Bristow comes up to the lap card of Germanchus there. Gets by on the inside, so nice move there from Archie Bristow. Mifsud still second. Polkinghorne about to come up and negotiate the Jackson Boyle kart. So Boyle currently running in position at number 10. Waters and Effingham continue to be at it. Here comes Atherton Smith. He's got up the inside for a move. So Smith moves into a podium position here, but he's got to negotiate Jackson Boyle there. That's the next task. The blue flags are out. So Boyle, he's got to obey these blue flags shortly because Smith and Polkinghorne are battling for a podium here. They're going to get by now, but I tell you what, Polkinghorne might have a bit of a run on Smith. No, does not. So Atherton Smith holds on to that position, but Polkinghorne, he wants back in. His back bumper might be dragging a bit there, Polkinghorne. So not good news in that front either. So Smith now looks comfortable in third place. Got a couple of kart lengths. 4 laps remaining as Bristow now comes up to this battle between Effingham and also Waters. So gets past Effingham, he'll go past Waters into the next one. And he does. So now Waters, oh, he left the door open a little bit for Effingham, but he didn't make the most of it. So between he and a third consecutive round win. Driven absolutely superbly, Archie Bristow, as has Xavier Mifsud in second. Currently third place is Atherton Smith. So Atherton Smith and also Curtis Polkinghorne, they are locked in a massive battle for the final spot on the podium. One of them is going to get a trophy and the other one's going to go home empty-handed. So they want to get that bit of silverware. There's going to be a lap cart involved here again. This is what opened the door for Smith. So Smith goes to the inside. Makes the move and they both, they're not going to get through. So Atherton Smith, that's caused a big advantage for him on Polkinghorne. So Germanchus, last lap. So we're on the last lap for about to front for Archie Bristow. So one circulation of the revised track. Polkinghorne got up the inside of the lap cart there, but the lap cart has given him nothing. So Germanchus, a little bit of inexperience here with the lap cart. Has allowed Atherton Smith to continue on. But round in the last corners, in Cadet 9, it's going to be Archie Bristow once again. Your winner in this one. Second place for Xavier Mifsud. Another sensational drive from him. Third place is going to go to Atherton Smith, who's going to clinch a podium. Fourth for Polkinghorne, and Bo Chambers rounds out the top 5. Alana Gurney in position 6. Casey Waters and Lawson Effingham. Blake Germanchus and Jackson Boyle rounds out your field. That was Cadet 9 for Browse Hire and also Chambers Portable Line Boring.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Tag heavy for Iros Coffee, All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. King and Solomon, Cook and Schmidt, Jackson and Safoso, Pollard and Go Lightly, and Andrew Harvey rounding out your 9-cart field here. Set to jet. Can Scott King lay down his first win of the year, or will we have another winner? About time to see. Time to let him loose. Lights out. Here we go. So King the leader, Solomon and Cook. Bit of pod-to-pod action. Schmidt moves up too. So Schmidt up to third. A little bit of extra smoke out of the Safoso coming out of the exhaust there. So a bit of an exhaust leak on the Safoso machine. See if that settles down. But King's run very wide. Scott King's made a mistake there up into the end of the back straight. It's going to make it very difficult for himself now. Comes back, slides down the inside of Solomon. Oh, Aaron Jackson wants a piece of the action. So Scott King has made it a little bit harder than what he needed to. And in this note, the merchandise sales are finished for the day. So Cook is away. Schmidt in second. Scott King now with some big work to do. So Cook from Schmidt and then King. behind him is Aidan Solomon. Safoso and Pollard going at it now. And also Go Lightly in that little cluster too. Harvey's moved ahead. He's trying to track down Aaron Jackson. So 29.925 for Ryan Cook, the fastest lap of the race. So Clear Track's got him in there. So we've got Cook leading Schmidt and King. So King got some work to do. Solomon currently sitting in position at number 4.
Can I please have Jake Krasner and his participant to the
Aaron
steward's
Jackson,
room,
the next
please?
car
Jake
through, and Andrew
Krasner and
Harvey.
his participant.
So what does
Michael
the
to
lap
the
time say?
steward's room, please.
Scott King with the fastest lap of the race now with a 29.799. But he's going to need more than that to catch up to Ryan Cook, as now he starts to turn the screws on Nick Schmidt. He's going to need to make a move fairly quickly here. We've still got 14 laps. There's plenty of time left. But every lap that he stays behind Schmidt in his chase for the win here is going to cost him to try and catch Ryan Cook, because Cook is driving very, very well at the front of the order. So King can't get the move done on Schmidt. Oh, Schmidt hits the curb. So look for King to capitalise up into the hairpin. He sneaks up the inside. King up to second. I tell you what, Solomon's coming on strong too, right behind him. So now Scott King is going to have to give chase to Ryan Cook. He's given him 1.6 seconds before this lap. It could be more. So we're going to monitor this. 12 laps to go. And the margin is 1.9 seconds. So what can Scott King do in pursuit of Ryan Cook? He's already put a bit of margin into Nick Schmidt. But the margin that's important is the one between the leaders. So Cook has not put a foot wrong. He's doing everything he needs to do. Can he withstand this challenge that's going to come from Scott King? So King has certainly put some margin into the carts behind him. New fastest lap of the race for Scott King, but it was only 1/10. He needs to take more than that out of it if he's going to try and catch Ryan Cook. And then as Murray Walker would say, catching is one thing, passing is another. So now Solomon also moves ahead of Schmidt. That was a nice move up into the hairpin. So the Solomon cart's starting to really work for him now. Have a look at the margin, 1.7, another 10th out. But at this rate, he's not going to be close enough, Scott King. So Ryan Cook looking to be a 2-time round winner this year. He won at his home track at Warrnambool, and he's looking the goods here in Horsham. But he's got one of the most relentless competitors we've ever seen in tag behind him, and that's Scott King. Something very, very special. 1.7 seconds is now 1.8, so Cook extends his lead. Cook go down, do it. He wanted to do. Solomon's put some big margin into Schmidt. Aaron Jackson currently in a top 5 position. Andrew Harvey the next one through. Barry Go Lightly and Liam Pollard. So Safoso I think has called it quits with that exhaust leak. Just after I said that Cook was doing everything right, he's still doing everything right, but King just took 2/10 out of him. Oh, Schmidt, the fire's going out on the 89, I believe. He is pulled out. So Nick Schmidt retires, unfortunately, for the 89. Looking over his left shoulder, so there's something happened to the 89, which has elevated Aaron Jackson up to a top 4. So King does another fastest lap of the race. Well, actually, that was the lap before. So 29.697 to be 1.6 seconds off the lead. The margin is not closing. Ryan Cook is looking very good here for a second round win in 2022. You say 2 for 22 for Ryan Cook, possibly at the end of this one. very, very similar. Did the same lap time that time. So the young driver from Warrnambool, who won his first open meeting at his home track, now looking to double up here at Horsham. Solomon looking to get on the podium for the first time this season too. Aaron Jackson and then Harvey, Go Lightly and Pollard is your field. With just the 8 carts still running, or 7 carts still running actually, with the DeMai Schmidt. Oh, big margin out that time with the new fastest lap for King at 29.439. But he's going to need more than that. Ryan Cook looks to charge on to victory in this one. So Cook sees 4 laps remaining. The margin currently is just over a second. So King all of a sudden is getting faster and faster. So could this be something of a charge coming? He's a second off the lead. He took out 2/10 last time past the stripe. My personal opinion, Cook stays on the island, he's home. But stranger things have happened. So the margin this time past is still just that 1 second as they stabilise with times. Very, very similar times between Cook and King. Solomon comfortable in 3rd. 4th also comfortable is Jackson and Harvey now in the top 5 from Barry Go Lightly. Oh no, actually Pollard's got by Go Lightly on that lap. So Cook, 2 laps remaining. The margin now 0.8 of a second. So King is trying. He's absolute earnest. But it's going to be too little too late, I think, here. I think Ryan Cook's done enough. He's going to have the last lap board next time round. And that margin is going, barring a disaster, is not going to be chaseable. He's not going to be able to chase that down in 1 lap. So Cook to start the final lap in the lead. The young Warrnambool driver, can he stitch up another win here? King continues to come. But I think Cook's weathered the storm. The middle of the race when he had to match him pound for pound, he did so. So Cook comes in, round up the hill for the last time. Through the right-hander, he's driven superbly in this one. He's been chased, but he's weathered the storm. So a couple of corners to go, and it's going to be Ryan Cook. So Cook round the last corner. Ryan Cook wins tag heavy. So Cook for iRose Coffee, All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. Scott King home in 2nd with the fastest lap of the race. Solomon home in 3rd. Jackson Harvey. Jackson home in P4. Oh, Pollard's grabbed Harvey.
Southwest Local News is fast becoming known for its free, trusted, reliable and compassionate local news service. Southwest Local News. Local, free, always will be. 3 nights a week on Fitz Media's Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Horsham driver to set off from the rear of the field. So Storer leads Ryan. Humphrey is right in their back pocket there as well. Rankin and Lumsden. Lumsden's having a real good run. A lot of smoke out the back of that cart. Oh, very, very high up. Nearly on the Cape Weed there was Haywood, I believe. Got a few, three wide down the back straight. Surely that won't work. They're all still going at this point, which is great news for the race. 17 laps remain. And it's Storer who currently leads Jack Ryan and Bo Humphrey. Terry Rankin sits in position number 4. Lumsden. Next car through there is Fielding. Reese Devlin. Rosenzweig's the next one through. Then Gardner. Keensrod. Behind Keensrod, I think it's Peveril. Oh, Humphrey starting to make some ground on the back of Jack Ryan. It's all still pretty well bunched up at the moment. But Storer and Ryan to go toe-to-toe as they have earlier today in the final here of the restricted mediums, brought to you by Central Vic Karts and Parts and KFC. A little bit sideways to Storer. That's going to cost him the lead. So Ryan, he makes the move on Storer. So just a little bit of sideways action coming onto the straight. And that was all it took for Storer to lose the lead. Now he's under pressure from Bo Humphrey. And Terry Rankin also buying a ticket to this party. So could Rankin move up and grab a podium position in this cluster of karts? But Jack Ryan has checked out now. Oh, Humphrey and Storer up together, and Rankin throws it in there just for good measure. So Storer's going to hold that position. But there is a bit going on, and all this has done is let Jack Ryan go. So this would be a nice way to celebrate his 21st birthday with a victory in Horsham. But there's still a long way to go. 13 laps to be precise. So Humphrey's in second. Storer went from the lead. A little bit of sideways action coming onto the straight has dropped him all the way back to position number 3. Rankin is right in it. Lumsden driving an excellent weekend as well. Fielding, Devlin, Rosenzweig, Gardner, Keensrod, Velt. And then the next car through is, who's making the move now, is Zeke Sloan. Then you've got Peveril. Behind Peveril is Chris Wright and Scott Haywood currently rounding out the field. Lumsden's actually got the fastest lap of the race at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. So the 55 is on song. Bo Humphrey really chasing hard on Jack Ryan now. So those two getting together is only going to drag Storer and also Rankin up into this, and Lumsden doing a sensational job. So Humphrey now with the fastest with a 30.752. So it's clear to see that Bo Humphrey has got bucket loads of speed there in the 28. Throws it in, nearly feeds him a wheel there. That was kind of a bit rude, but anyway, we'll get on with it. Made himself a margin with that passing manoeuvre. Oh, Colin Velt is OUT, pulls in the 77. So watch for Jack Ryan to try and make a comeback here on Bo Humphrey. So it's also brought Storer back into it, as well as Rankin. Lumsden still in that top 5 position, Fielding on the back of Devlin. So Fielding and Devlin have been together most of the weekend. Rosenzweig and Keensrod. Keensrod having a good solid run today. He's up to position number 9. Gardner sits in 10th, rounding out the 10 ahead of Zeke Sloan. Of course, the former Wimmera racer now based in Warrnambool. So Humphrey still leads Jack Ryan. a good battle here for the Miners. Haywood, Peveril, and also Wright. They are right into it. There's no zest out of that one. So Humphrey continues to lead, just easing that margin out just a little bit. Fastest lap that time by for Max Lumsden. So Lumsden has got pace in the 55 as he now has a look at the inside of Rankin. Bit of overlap still though. That's not going to be done. It's going to cost him a bit of track position. Crisscross now. So Lumsden should be able to get this done up here. Oh, Rankin goes in incredibly deep and holds that position. So well done to Terry Rankin. Oh, Storer again a little bit sideways coming onto the straight. So 7 laps remain here in restricted medium. Fastest lap again. Or still, sorry, belongs to Max Lumsden, who's up to position at number 4. So Jack Ryan sets off after Bo Humphrey. Daniel Storer sits in position at number 3. So Ryan starting to turn up the wick now. It was half a second last time. It's nowhere near that now. 4/10. So Jack Ryan, he is charging. He's coming after Bo Humphrey now. So 5 laps to go. I think we're in for a big finish here in the restricted mediums. So Daniel Storer is still looking like he's likely to land on the podium in position number 3. But it's all going to come down to what happens between our lead 2 as Jack Ryan gives everything to try and catch Bo Humphrey. Humphrey just stabilises a little bit. It's just under half a second the margin. Three laps to go for Bo Humphrey as he leads Jack Ryan. Storer sits in P3. They've dropped Lumsden and Rankin off just a little bit. Devlin the next one through. Fielding. Then Gardner, Rosensberg, Kingsrod. Zeke Sloan is the next car through in position at number 11. Scott Haywood. And then Ben Peveril. With Chris Wright, the last of our current runners. He's got the arm up. I think he's out of business here. He is. So Chris Wright pulls in. So the margins open up now for Bo Humphrey. It's out to 1.2 seconds. So it must have taken a mistake there from Jack Ryan, who's now in the clutches of Daniel Storer. So here comes Storer, looks at the inside of Ryan, nothing doing there. They're on their last circulation. Humphrey's comfortable. He should win this one from here. Jack Ryan also looks like he's done enough with Daniel Storer. I don't think Storer's close enough to do anything about him now. So the win goes to Bo Humphrey, second to Jack Ryan. Daniel Storer home. It's Lumsden, Rankin, Devlin, Fielding, Gardner, Rosensberg, and Kingsrod rounding out your 10. Zeke Sloan, the next cart home. So that was restricted medium brought to you by Central Vic Carts and Parts and also KFC.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport. Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Alongside Leo in. Paulos and Rio Campbell, Chandler and Hodge, and two Friths to finish off our field here. In the starters' hands now for KA3 Junior after a bit of a delay. No more waiting now because it is go time. So Salvatore leads. Oh, I tell you what, Holiday had the elbows out and got through to second. So it's going to be a good final here between these guys. Holiday and Ianella, there's some pace in there. Jay Murray's also up a few positions, as is Lachlan Cutting. So Cutting's ahead now of Murray. Just behind is Heine. So Heine actually looks tiny in that kart. He looks more suited to his KA4 Junior kart. But it's Salvatore who currently leads from Holiday as the clouds start to set in here at Horsham. Ianella, he is right tucked up behind. Cutting, Murray, Heine, and then Patching. Behind them, it's Alexa Poulos, who's having a really good run too. It's Chris, Burgermeister, Chandler, Hodge, Campbell, and the Friths. Oh, Ianella's got past Holiday, so watch for Holiday to come back at him. So Ianella, as we've seen so many times in the finals of the VCS, he comes on so strong in KA3 Junior. Of course, won the opening two. Jacob Chandler won one of Portland in an absolutely spurring drive. Cutting the fastest lap of the race, although that's been eclipsed now by Ianella. Ianella and Holiday to go side by side into the hairpin. But it's not to be. So Ianella and also and Holiday with Cutting packed right in their back pocket. Jay Murray's the next car through. And then it's Heine and Patching. Alexa Poulos heads the next little patch, which includes Burgermeister and Chandler. Hodge. And then the 33 of Rio Campbell. Jasper Frith and also Cooper Frith. Oh, Patching now on the inside of Heine. So Salvatore has not put a foot wrong either this weekend. Fastest lap of the race at 30.046 there for Cutting. So Lachlan Cutting's got pace in the kart that's in P4. We're going to see a sub 30 second lap and he's second. But still it's at 30.048 is Ianella. Oh, here he goes. Up the inside goes Holiday on Ianella. They go with a crossback. Oh, Ianella with a wheel off, lucky to hold on to that one. So Holiday charges out after Salvatore, Cutting right behind. Patching and Murray's the next one. Then Darcy Heine. Oh, Chandler's under fire from Alexa Poulos as well. So that's a move from Chandler to get up. He's got by, or Burgermeister's ahead too. So plenty going on in KA3 Junior. We've had to wait for approximately 7 events to get this final up, but now it's here. It's worth every cent. It's a cracker. So Salvatore now under big pressure from Ben Holiday. Leo Ianella, if there's going to be half a chance that there's going to be an Uber, he's going to be right in the mix. Lachlan Cutting, he sits very much primed in position number 4. So Holiday is so close now to the back of Salvatore. So the front two pulled a little bit of margin now on the battle for third between Ianella and Cutting. Cutting starting to size up Ianella, but he's that deep on the brakes, he becomes very hard to pass, does Leo Ianella. Oh, Salvatore, he's got Holiday right in behind him. So this is about to become a 4-car freight train when just a moment ago, oh now, so up the inside goes Ianella. So he takes Holiday. So this is all getting very, very interesting with the 9 laps to go. Oh, we've got a meatball flag. Someone's having meatballs for lunch. And it's Tice Hodge who's going to get it in the 85. So Tice Hodge with the loose rear bar is going to get the meatballs. But still it's Hunter Salvatore who has led all this race so far. Good battle now between the Friss Alexa Poulos. And also I believe that Rio Campbell is mixed up in that one as well. But it's still Salvatore who continues to lead. So Salvatore, Ianella tucked in behind. Holiday, what's he got in response? Oh, a little bit of a bump and run there from Holiday on Ianella. He won't be happy with that. So Hunter Salvatore is still your leader. So Tice Hodge sees that meatball flag and pulls in and retires. So Salvatore and Holiday. And then you've got Ianella Cutting and ranging right up to the back of this crew is Patching, who's gone sub 30 seconds with the fastest lap at 29.799. So Ben Holiday, the only other driver, although now they've all gone, the only driver not in the top 5, not under not under 30 seconds is your leader, Hunter Salvatore, as now it gets side by side. Oh, a little bit of bump and grind with Dodd. I think it's a chain gone. Holiday's out of business. Wow, and here comes Ianella. Ianella to the lead. So he's done a chain, I'd suggest, with Holiday. And Ianella assumes the lead with 5 laps remaining. Salvatore's in second. Third place is Cutting, but Patching is right in the mix. Here comes Cutting on Salvatore, gets through into second. Patching looking to take on Salvatore as well. So this is an absolute cracker of a race. Heartbreak there for Ben Holiday. So Ianella, 4 laps remaining. Cutting giving chase. What can Lachlan Cutting do here? He's got the pace of Ianella, but has he got the racecraft to get something done here? The Cutting cart is looking very, very strong as he pulls right up to the back of Ianella now. I tell you what, Lachlan Cutting is right in the mix. He's just pulled 3/10 out of Ianella. So what can Cutting do? Is this the time to make his move? 3 more circulations. Salvatore trying to hang on to a podium. Oh, and up the inside goes Cutting to take the lead. Ianella goes with a crisscross. So he's going going to have to do it, and it's going to have to stick for Cutting. But he's got pace on him. He pulls out. They're going to go down into turn 1, and Cutting's your leader. So Lachlan Cutting for the first time. He owned the fastest lap for a few laps, and now he's your leader. Can he use this pace that he's shown to drive away now? He's going to have one last lap to come. He looks like he's pulled a little bit of margin. Could this be a big win for Cutting? Oh, Wianella comes back at him now. So last lap, can Lachlan Cutting seal the deal? Hasn't put a foot wrong on his way to the lead. And now he's emerged. Here comes Ianella. Look for a dive bomb. Nothing doing there. So here comes Cutting. He's going to have to cover it the next one. Make sure he doesn't leave the door open, and he hasn't. They're going to come down into the last 180. Ianella goes to the inside. They run a bit wide. Cutting could drop back to third here, and he does. Salvatore is up to second, but your winner is Ianella. Second place for Salvatore. Cutting home in third. Fourth place for Patching. Fifth place for Chandler. Fastest lap of the race for Patching with a 29.743. And that's KA3 Junior for the Rotary Club of Horsham and PCJ Data and Electrical.
Tag restricted light. You are next on the grid. Tag restricted light.
X30 for MFK Racing, Remo Racing, the iArmy X30 engine, Dowson and Johnson to lead him away. Parker Scott and Christian Cowie on the second row. Cohen Day and Matty Domishin on the third. Jack Bell and Nick Ryan. Derek Rogers and Riley Jabke on the fifth with Mav Benson and Will Misson to round out your field. Action time. So Dowson straight into the lead. Jackson Johnson sits in position 2 with Parker Scott. Christian Cowie and Matt Domishin do battle. Behind them, Cohen Day and Jack Bell. Nick Ryan, Mav Benson, Derek Rogers, Riley Jabke and Will Misson. Nick Ryan trying to make a move on the inside of Cohen Day. That happens all day up over the top of the curve. I don't think that chassis combination is going to like that. So, as probably expected, I'd say there's done a chain there because you can't go over those curves like that. So it's Dowson who leads from Johnston. In third place, you got Parker Scott with Christian Cowie chasing. Of course, as we said earlier, Parker Scott, the only driver to have been on all 3 podiums so far this season, and he's currently sitting in position number 3. Dowson, he's being chased hard by Jackson Johnston. Third place is still Scott. Cowie giving chase there too. Next car through is Domishin. Then you've got Jack Bell. Nick Ryan's got some breathing space. Mav Benson, and then you've got Derek Rogers, Misson and Jabke rounding out the field. So Jackson Johnson has not been closer all weekend to Dowson as he lays down the fastest lap of the race with a 29.113. Only to be eclipsed by Matt Domishin with a 28.971. So Domishin, watch for him to make some moves. Sits right on the back of Parker Scott, who's now been relegated out of a podium position. So Cowie now sits in the podium position. But right up the front, Dowson and Johnston waging a war. I tell you what, this is the run of the weekend so far from Jackson Johnston. He's sitting right on the back of Dowson. Cowie sits in position number 3. Be ahead of Parker Scott and Matt Domish and Jack Bell, the next one through. Nick Ryan's got plenty of room. Oh, a little bit of bump and grind there between Benson and also Rogers, with Riley Jabke also weighing in on that one. So Domishin up to position number 4. So Jack Bell now with the fastest lap of the race with a 28.924. So Bell is coming as well. But at the front, you can see that Jackson Johnson, he has not let go one bit here of Jacob Dowson. Dowson's had it pretty much, he's all his own way in the opening 2 heats. But now Jackson Johnson is really turning the screws on him. Cowie sits in P3, but I tell you what, Domishin is coming. Parker Scott just dropping off a little bit back into the clutches there of Jack Bell. Nick Ryan, Jabke has moved past Mav Benson. Misson now. Oh, Misson makes a very brave move onto the main straight. So Will Misson, after qualifying so well, is now running in position at number 9. So still shadowing Dowson is Jackson Johnson. Cowie's got plenty of track position now. So Domishin, he's in a little cluster with, well, runs a bit wide there. He's in a cluster with Parker Scott and also Jack Bell. Nick Ryan, a lonely run. Jabke getting chased very, very hard by Will Misson. So still at the head of the queue, it's Dowson, but he's got Jackson Johnson for company. Cowie, I think Cowie's actually making inroads. He's done the fastest lap of the race, Cowie, with a 28.688. So Cowie definitely making inroads on our leaders, and there's still 9 laps to go. So this could be a 3-car battle in the closing stages. Oh, Johnston, he let go of a big bit of margin there down that back straight. So it's just under 2/10 last time. It'll be about 4 now. It is just under 5, but Cowie is a man on a mission. He is absolutely coming. So Dowson continues to lead. The margin is almost equalised between the three of them. As Cowie's the man on a mission with 7 laps to go. So Parker Scott now with the fastest lap of the race. So Parker Scott starting to turn up the wick. Plenty going on. Scott hasn't got much track position though at the moment. It's going to be a big effort to get back on the podium from here. So Dowson, Johnston and Cowie. Under beautiful sunshine. 5 laps remain for Dowson, who looks to have weathered the storm now. Looks comfortable now, Dowson. Can Cowie sneak up to the back of Jackson Johnston? Domishin sits in P4. Parker Scott and Jack Bell give chase. Then you've got Nick Ryan, Will Misson, and Riley Jabke, Mav Benson and Derek Rogers waging their own little war for the minors. Well, Parker Scott now starting to really challenge Matt Domishin. Look for Scott. Here he comes on the inside. Parker Scott up into position. Oh, he runs very wide. Gets on the dirty stuff and costs himself big time. So that's put Parker Scott back 2 positions. 3 laps remain for Jacob Dowson, who has absolutely weathered the storm and come out on top. Jackson Johnson went with him for a long, long time, but has not been able to sustain the rage. The one of real interest is Cowie chasing down Jackson Johnson. I think he's going to run out of time as well. Two laps for Dowson. Johnston and Cowie come through. Domishin and Bell. Then Parker Scott. Nick Ryan. Will Misson and Jabke. And Benson and Rogers continue to go at it. Last lap board's out for Jacob Dowson. So for MFK Racing then, Main Man leads and Remo Racing the Iami X30 engine. This is X30. Oh, Cowie with a little bit of bump and grind. He's run over the top of Jackson and they're stuck together. You would not read about it. So Jackson Johnston's going to be struggling to get going. He might be okay here, but I tell you, Domishin's thrown it up the inside and so does Bell. So it's a win for Dowson, but controversy. Domishin in second, Bell in third. Jackson Johnson finishes in position at number 4. Parker Scott, Christian Cowie, Misson and Ryan. Misson, Jabke and then Ryan. Benson and Rogers. Wow, what a finish to X30 there for MFK Racing and also Remo Racing, the Iami X30 engine.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
Challenge so far, and a new challenge presents again today. He's 3 round wins from 3 and looking to add a 4th, but he's got some new challenges out there today, and the Shane Moreland and Andrew Ray, both podium runners from Portland, could throw a spanner in the works. Racing down into turn 1. Moreland tries to go around the outside of Ray and does so Spiros leads from Moreland, and then Ray. Pestbridge sits in position number 4. Tim Rankin, who just hasn't quite had it this weekend, sits in position 5. Oscar Maloney in P6. Maloney's had a really good weekend. Behind them has got Dowland and Go Lightly. Look for Dowland to try and make some inroads as well. Go Lightly, Wilkinson and O'Hayon is the order in this field. So Moreland chasing very hard on Spiros early on. So that was Feiget that's in the... Feiget's in position number 9, my apologies. Wilkinson in 11th. So the leaders just setting off on this 18-lap journey, 16 laps to go. Spiros puts the head down. He's put a little bit of margin into Shane Moreland on that lap. But the fastest lap of the race that time was Andrew Ray. So Andrew Ray has had a good start to this one. Currently sits in position 3, just ahead of Anthony Pestbridge. But it's Spiros Anagnostopoulos who is your leader, as he has done in all the finals so far this year. He has been the man that greets the checkered flag first. So what have the other contenders got for Spiros? Shane Moreland looking every bit the contender at the moment. Driving very, very nicely in this one. Ray sits in position number 3. Just ahead of Pestbridge. Oh, Rankin has pulled off the circuit. So some kind of mechanical issue with the 93. of Tim Rankin. So it just hasn't been Timmy's weekend. As Spiros, bit of cloud cover coming over now. Will this change the scenario for Moreland chasing down Spiros? Ray still in the mix, as is Pethbridge. We've seen Pethbridge in the Masters. If he gets going, Anthony Pethbridge, he could win the whole thing here. So watch out for Pethbridge. He has got pace to burn in that 89. But it's still Spiros who leads. They've got him in a bit of a leash here as Moreland continues to chase. 0.3 of a second. 30.1, 30.2, 30.2, 30.2 is your top four. So nothing in it. Of course, Spiros has got the coveted track position. Very, very close between Ray and also Pethbridge. So the front two just putting a little bit into the third and fourth as Spiros continues to lead Moreland. Moreland just shadowing him at the moment. But it's okay to shadow, but you've got to be able to still be there at the end. Because you can't let a man like Spiros get away. He's a front runner. He's used to leading these races. You've got to put pressure on him. Been faultless again, Spiros. Had to battle a couple of times. Ray and Moreland have both had a crack at him. So has anyone got the kart set up to beat Spiros this weekend? We take a look back at fifth place is Jacob Dowell, and then you've got Maloney. Go lightly. The next kart through is O'Hayon. Then you've got Feiget and Wilkinson with Rankin parked up on the infield. So a little bit more margin this time by for Spiros. He's just opened a little gap as Ray starts to come on. So Ray did the fastest, or actually Pethbridge did the fastest lap of the race that last time by. But Ray is actually starting to press a little bit here in the number 96. So Andrew Ray just starting to feel it a little bit now. Spiros, though, he's opened up to 0.6 of a second. They can't afford to let him get any further apart. And the more they start dicing these guys, the less chance they are of catching him. So through comes Anagnostopoulos as he continues to lead. Pethbridge on the tune. He's trying to make up something on Andrew Ray. All the while, Spiros just edging away. Doing what he's done all season. Out to just under a second now for Spiros. So Moreland's broken a little bit clear of Ray. Pethbridge still in his back pocket. Then you've got Dowell and Maloney go lightly. O'Hayon, and then you've got Feiget and Wilkinson. Wilkinson about to be shown the blue flags here for the coming Spiros. So Spiros is on his way up to Wilkinson. Wilkinson's backed off. He's going to let him past. No, he hasn't just yet, but he will. Gets out of the way. Nice driving. He's going to let the lead pack through. Probably a bit too gentlemanly in the end there from Wilkinson, but well done. So Feiget, he's going to be the next on the menu, but it's Spiros the leader. Ray sits in third. Chasing Moreland. Pethbridge is right on the back of Ray. Overcast conditions here now in Horsham. The sun goes behind the clouds. Spiros has now got the lap car to Feiget between himself and Moreland. The real interest with 4 laps remaining is what happens here with Andrew Ray and Anthony Pethbridge, because they've been locked together for lap after lap. Pethbridge has a look on the outside. Feiget did a good job there. He got right out of the way for all of them. No special treatment for anyone there. O'Hayon comes past to start start his lap. 3 laps remain for Spiros. This guy is unbelievable. He has dominated this class all season. He looks set to do it again. So Spiros is out to 1.6 seconds now. He owns the fastest lap of the race with a 29.782. What a run it's been as here comes Pethbridge. He's really sizing up Andrew Ray. There's a trophy on the line here and they both want it and they can't have half each. So we're going to have to decide it. Here comes Pethbridge on Ray. Goes to the inside and takes that position. So Pethbridge has instantly pulled a margin out. So he'd obviously been sizing up Andrew Ray, but there's no opportunity for any further advancement. So O'Hayon comes around to start his next lap. It's going to say 1 lap for Spiros. So he comes up into the hairpin for the last time. Spiros Anagnostopoulos, what a clinic he's put on once again to go 4 from 4. He's got to negotiate 180 to flip-flop onto the last corner. Comes O'Hayon round, but here it is, Spiros. He'll win from Shane Moreland. Pethbridge will finish 3rd ahead of Andrew Ray. Jacob Dowland will come home in position number 5 ahead of Oscar Maloney. And Daniel Golightly. Jackson O'Hayon and Lee Wilkinson, Zach Feiget to round out the field there. In restricted light for GK Autos and Hire and also the DPE Kart Superstore.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport, Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us.
Southwest Local News is fast becoming known for its free, trusted, reliable and compassionate local news service. Southwest Local News. Local, free, always will be. 3 nights a week on Fitz Media's Facebook page.
McKinlay, of course, won the other 2 rounds, now in seniors. So almost time to dial it in. And green. McKinlay leads. Garraway settles into second. Fletcher Shaw. Then Sharp. Sutton, Mifsud, Fay and Briggs. So Sharp now up the inside there of Shaw. Meanwhile, McKinlay has taken off at the moment. Garraway trying to go with him, so we've seen Garraway be fairly strong in the longer races, so we'll see what happens now. So McKinlay out to probably a 5 or 6 car length lead on Garraway after just the 2 laps. 16 laps remain. Third place belongs to Lachlan Sharp. Fletcher Shaw, our only previous round winner in this class this weekend, sits in position at number 4. Seth Sutton is next through, ahead of Mia Mifsud and Laura Fay, with Riley Briggs rounding out your field currently. So the field have sorted themselves out in a fashion in this one, although now Mia Mifsud starting to try and put a move on Seth Sutton. Laura Fay right in there for company. All right off the track and through the mud goes Riley Briggs. Out of business. Going to need a big cart clean too. So McKinlay continues to lead from Garraway. Sharp in third, comfortable now. Fletcher Shaw sits in position at number 4. Seth Sutton, Mia Mifsud and Laura Fay all engaged in a battle. So the margin 0.6 of a second, and just as we say that, Hugo Garraway, fastest lap of the race. So he's pulled that margin down by 0.2 to 0.6. So can Garraway serve something up to McKinlay here? See what happens this time past the stripe. He's definitely closer. The margin's down to just 0.3 as he pulled that margin out. 31.134 versus 31.433. So Garraway Kart is coming on. What's Taylor McKinlay got to fight with? So Laura Fay has passed both Sutton and Mifsud in one foul swoop there. So the margin stabilises now between the two as they do an identical lap time for the lead. So can Garraway continue to make that techno kart work, or will it be McKinlay who can see off this challenge? Oh, he's very close now, Hugo Garraway. He's made up big margin, took 0.2 out there, and it's only a 1/10 the difference now with a new fastest lap of the race for Hugo Garraway. So just gave a little bit of that margin back there on that one. two very, very close as they come onto the straight this time. So plenty of laps left, 8 laps to go for Garraway to try and manufacture some sort of move here on Taylor McKinlay. Third place is still Lachlan Sharp. He's got plenty of breathing space as well with Fletcher Shaw in position 4. Laura Fay in 5th. Seth Sutton, Mia Mifsud and Riley Briggs parked up. So Garraway, in his mind, he'd have to be starting to size up. He'd be assessing where he's faster, where he's not, what opportunities he's got. He'd be looking at the McKinlay lines and saying, I know he's a little bit wider than what I expect him to be here. He's a little bit tighter. He hasn't got momentum here. Here comes Garraway on the inside and takes the lead. Look for the crisscross from McKinlay. He gets back up the inside. It's going to be a braking battle up at the end into the 180. They come back around, it's still tight. Oh, a little bit of bump and grind now between McKinlay and Garraway. So Garraway pulls out now for a move at the end of the straight, gets it done. McKinlay looks to get back up the inside, but Garraway has actually made a couple of kart lengths there. So can he go onto it? Has Taylor McKinlay got something to go into? So 6 laps remain for Hugo Garraway. Pulled a couple of kart length margin, but he's definitely not out of reach at the moment for McKinlay. So here comes Garraway. He's got a good run, but I tell you, McKinlay's not far off again. Oh, he's very, very much nibbling on the back, McKinlay. Garraway can't afford to go defensive too early. A little bit of payback there with the little bit of a nudge exiting the corner. So I don't think that Taylor McKinlay would have appreciated it. It's too early to be going defensive, guys. They're going to go side by side into the first corner. 4 laps to go, and we're already blocking on the straights. So McKinlay right up tucked behind Garraway. Garraway covering on each corner, but it's going to cost him because it's going to give McKinlay a big opportunity to run the racing line and be quicker anyway. So he's going to set him up. Garraway goes to the inside again. So what will happen in this one? Head on a swivel there, Garraway. Needs to focus on the road. He's got a quick kart. Just get on with it. So here they come down the back chute. He covers again. There's something brewing here, ladies and gentlemen. I can sense it. So Garraway. He's been forced down to the inside, with McKinlay going to the outside. Too much focus on behind for Hugo. He had a fast kart. His times have dropped off since he's just been looking over his shoulder all the time. Going defensive. So they're on the last lap now. Taylor McKinlay. Oh, he's hit the curb, Garraway. So they come up into the horseshoe. Train going past for a bit of a vision. So he's parked it on the inside as McKinlay. Or Garraway, sorry, McKinlay. Here they come onto the last corner. And the checkered flag drops. It's Garraway that wins. 2 hands off the wheel won't be popular. And McKinlay finishes in second. Sharp in third. 4th goes to Fletcher Shaw. 5th place to Laura Fay. Seth Sutton finishes in P6 with Mia Mifsud in position number 7. Riley Briggs, unfortunately, a DNF in that one. That was KA4 Junior Heavy, brought to you by TD Racing, Central Vic Karts and Parts, and the Bendigo Bank.
Cadet 12, you are next on the grid. Cadet 12.
Time to crank it up for KA3 medium for Vicky's Coffee Bus Karting Australia, LeConte and Max's Tyres. Let's run you through the grid. It's Ben Moritz on the pole with Ethan Briggs alongside. Matthew Neitz and Seth Burton on the second row, Remo Luciani and Fraser High. Chris Thomas and Todd Chambers on the fourth, Derek Rogers and Zach Finlay on row number 5. Adam Hendrickson and Luke Fong on the 6th with Jack Johnson and Grace Dunmore on the 7th. The 8th and final row belongs to Robbie Termine and Kobe Trigg. How is Luciani going to go in this one? Has not been defeated in a final all year, and we're about to find out. So it's Moritz the leader, Briggs in second, Neat sits in third, Luciani, Thomas, and then Burton. So Burton makes the move on Thomas. Finlay also challenging. Rogers is in there as well, and Todd Chambers. So Moritz is going to lead him round on the first lap with Briggs right behind. Matthew Neitz and Remo Luciani. Seth Burton sits in position number 5. Then you've got Finlay, Thomas, Rogers, Chambers, High, Henriksen, Fong, Trigg, Dunmore, Termine and Johnson. So Ethan Briggs really turning the screws now on Ben Moritz. Third place currently is Matthew Neitz. And fourth is Remo Luciani. So Luciani now makes the move up into third. So the champ is coming. Here comes Seth Burton as well on Neitz. Has to file in behind. So your 2 leaders, Moritz and also Briggs. Then Luciani. Fourth place is Neitz with Burton. Oh, Chambers. Chambers and Thomas have got together. I think Chambers went to redress and lost an absolute ton. He's thrown the arm up in the air. I think he's out. So I'd say Todd Chambers has done the fizz there. He's had enough. But out front it's Moritz and Briggs continuing to lead the field. With Luciani coming on like a rocket. So Moritz with a little bit of breathing space over Ethan Briggs now. But right behind is Remo Luciani, who's trying to get the perfect set of 4 wins so far this season. And a really good cluster of racing from Rogers back. Rogers, Fong, Thomas, Trigg, Henriksen. Oh, it's High and then Henriksen. Then you've got Termine, Johnson and Dunmore. So some classic racing going on through this field. At the front, it's just starting to heat up. Moritz and Briggs. You feel like Briggs is going to have to make a move soon, or he's going to be gobbled up by Luciani, because Luciani is coming on song. So the young gun sits ahead of the master in this one, with Ben Moritz, the leader. So Moritz was on the podium at the previous 2 rounds, actually. So Moritz has been in good form. Briggs has been banging the door down for a podium, and he could be on this weekend, but he's got to maintain the fact that he's got Remo Luciani right on his hammer. He's in elite company, and they're battling just line astern at the moment. The pack there for the Miners has opened up a little bit as now Fong goes past Thomas. Thomas regains that position. So plenty happening right through this field. But at the front's where the real interest is. Seth Burton's in 4th. What happens with the leaders? Burton could be in a prime position to pick something up here. So still it's Moritz leading Briggs. Briggs has a bit of a look over the shoulder. He wouldn't need to know who's behind him because it's Remo Luciani. And I think he knows it's time to get a bit of a hurry on. So he's glued to the back of the Moritz cart. Ethan Briggs, where is he going to pick his moment? I feel like Luciani's just resting at the moment. He's just settling in for the long haul. We've still got 8 laps remaining, so plenty of lap times to go. Oh, Moritz, a little bit of a breakaway now. But here comes Briggs. Luciani right in his back pocket. So you don't need much more pressure than having the multiple national and state champion hassling the back of your cart. But I tell you what, he has not wilted one bit, is Ethan Briggs. Moritz sits in the lead. 4th is Burton. Then you've got Finlay and Neitz duking it out. So Briggs now comes right back up to the back of Moritz. He's very good through the flip-flop here, is Ethan Briggs. But he's going to need to be, he's going to have to do something or he's going to get gobbled up by Luciani, and here comes the move. So Luciani up into 2nd. So they've got to chase down and get back onto the back of Moritz now. Luciani on a track. He has slaved his absolute guts out to get this one ready. And here he is now trying to claim the spoils and go 4 from 4. It'd be hard to bet against the master from Horsham from here on in. But I tell you what, he's got a couple of very worthy competitors here in Moritz and also Briggs. They've both driven superbly all weekend. So now Luciani gives chase to Moritz. Here he goes on the inside, a little bit of a touch there. It's going to let Briggs through. So Briggs through into 2nd. I think Luciani's actually covered a little bit there. So it's given Briggs a pretty good run on him. So with 5 laps to go, it's the undefeated Remo Luciani who's hit the lead, but here comes Ethan Briggs. He has not given up once, Gehrig. It's the penultimate race of the day, the second last one. So it's all about the silverware. It's Luciani and Briggs. Oh, Briggs gets a good run there on Luciani. And Moritz looks up the inside of Briggs. Oh, nothing doing there. So they can't afford to nobble each other if they're trying to catch Luciani. So Briggs in 2nd, but Luciani just starting to ease away a little bit. So Briggs is very good through the hairpin. Moritz seems to be very good through the right-hander. Pegs him back just a fraction, but Remo just starting to pull away. 2 laps remain here in the KA3 medium final. And I tell you what, Luciani hasn't done it the easy way this weekend, but it looks like he might be on to win this. Ethan Briggs, though, will not give up until that flag drops. So it's Luciani, Briggs, Moritz, Burton, then Finlay, Neitz. Derek Rogers has had an outstanding run in P7. Fong's the next one through. Fraser Hyde, then Thomas, Termine, Johnson, Trigg, and Dunmore. So the last lap board's out for Remo Luciani. He's been shuffled back, but he's come back. The cream has risen to the top. As he comes down the back chute, he's been challenged. The master to round the last couple of corners onto the main straight. And the hometown hero, Remo Luciani, wins the KA3 Senior Medium. He earned that one. Second place for Ethan Briggs. Third for Moritz. Fourth place for Seth Burton. Zach Finlay home in P5. Neitz Rogers home in P7. Luke Fong home in P8. Fraser Hyde the next one through in 9. And rounding out the 10 is Robbie Termine. That one brought to you by Vicky's Coffee Bus, Karting Australia, Lacoste and Maxxis Tyres. Final race of the day, Cadet 12 for Dave Serra's kart class, MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. Let's run you through the grid in this one. And to start on the pole position is the 86 of Ewan Anderson. Alongside will be the 29 of Anash Manu. On the second row is Michael Lampasi and Lucas Costanzo. Riley Harrison and Caden Humphrey to start from the third. Oscar Corliss and Blake Purvis on row number 4. Riley G and Mitchell Soderstrom on the fifth row ahead of Levi Ross and Alfie Carter. Jack Jabke to round out the field in position number 13. The final trophies to give away on a foggy then sunny day here in Horsham. On the new revised track, and what an outstanding job the Wimmera Kart Racing Club have done to bring this track to this level. I think there's nothing but admiration for the efforts they've put in. But Cadet 12, the last race of the day, set to jet. And we are racing. Like a pack of buzzing hornets, they go after it. And the leader straight away is Ewan Anderson. In second is Michael Lampasi. And I think it's Riley Harrison that's jumped straight up to position number 3. Make that position number 2. Here comes Harrison. So Anderson off to a very smart start, but he's got a very, very quick charger coming behind him. In Riley Harrison. Lampasi sits in third. Here comes Costanzo. Costanzo makes the move down the end of the straight. So it's Anderson, Harrison, Costanzo, Lampasi. Caden Humphreys in there as well. So Anderson the leader. From Harrison, Costanzo, Lampasi. Humphrey, Corliss there making a move there on Manu. Corliss, then Purvis. Riley G, the next one through. Levi Ross. Then you've got Soderstrom, Alfie Carter and Jack Jabke. So at the moment, it's Ewan Anderson who continues to lead. But I tell you what, the dark horse in this one's Lucas Costanzo. He is absolutely flying in third position, matching the times of the leaders. Some good battles between Humphrey and I think it's Corliss there. They're in it with Manu tucked right up behind them. Manu tries a move, crisscross, nothing doing there. But still, it was just under half a second last time. It's Ewan Anderson who's your leader. The margin pushes out just a fraction. So Anderson holding his own against Riley Harrison, with Costanzo giving chase as well. The battle for the minors is really warming up there as we see a move from, I think it was Corliss, making a big move there on Lampasi. Lampasi's getting shuffled down the order. So fastest lap of the race that time by for Ewan Anderson at 32.099. So he's responding, the little man from Portland. Still second is Riley Harrison. And then you've got behind him is Lucas Costanzo. Caden Humphrey, the next one through in P4, and Ash Manu. Oscar Corliss, Lampasi, Purvis, Ross, G, Soderstrom, Carter and Jabke. So still it's Ewan Anderson who leads with 12 laps remaining. 32.062, a new fastest lap for Anderson as he just pushes that margin out just a fraction. So Anderson, Harrison and Costanzo, they've got the length of the straight on their next competitors. As Corliss comes, Humphrey comes under fire from Manu. Corliss tucked in behind. Lampasi's also in that one with Blake Purvis. Fastest lap of the race now for Riley Harrison with a 32.025 and a 0.26 for Anderson. There's nothing separating these front two other than a little bit of track position. Got to negotiate. Jack Jabke does Ewan Anderson. Cost him some time. So now they're nose to tail, so that's cost Anderson big time. Here comes Harrison on the inside. So now Anderson's going to have to fight back. So it gets a good run. It's going to be a battle to the finish now. 9 laps to sort it out between Riley Harrison and also Ewan Anderson. So that cost Ewan nearly a second. And that's why we've had a change for the lead. So Harrison leads Anderson and then Costanzo. Manu's up to P4. Head of Purvis. Lampasi now goes past Corliss. The next car through after qualifying so well is Riley G. Then you've got Levi Ross and Soderstrom. Alfie Carter through as well. Alfie was quite quick this morning on his P-plates. So look at this front two locked together. There's nothing in it between Ewan Anderson and Riley Harrison. A little bit of lap traffic has gifted Harrison the lead. Dropped off just a little bit on that one, Ewan Anderson. But he's still within striking distance of Harrison. He's just got to knuckle down and get back onto the back of him. So So Manu and Purvis, they're going to war as well for position 4. Purvis up the inside now. Corliss the next car through, and then you've got Lampasi. So the 2 leaders separated by 0.2 of a second. Nothing in it, with there's going to be 5 laps to go. So onto the main straight they come. Five laps to sort it out. Anderson is not going away by any means. He pulled 0.2 of a second that time out of Harrison's lead. So this battle for the lead is going to come to a very, very interesting climax in the next couple of laps. So I reckon he's as close as he's been for many laps now as Ewan Anderson. Has he got to move left to try and take it off to Riley Harrison? Kart coming back to him, I think, here. He goes to the inside, so Anderson takes the lead. There's a crisscross. So good driving from this pair. Who's going to shake out in the lead? Only time will tell them. We've got 3 more laps to sort it out. So Lucas Costanzo has also driven a sensational race for 3rd. He's miles ahead of 4th, which is now Blake Purvis and Ash Manu and Corliss. So the leaders go down the back straight. Ewan Anderson tucked down. He was trying to do everything to get on the back of Riley Harrison for one last opportunity. They come onto the straight. Oh, good run from Anderson on the straight. He pulls out. Not close enough. So 2 laps remaining. So here comes Anderson. Covers, does Harrison. So nothing in it. Good run from Anderson down here. And the lap cart, the same lap cart that impeded Ewan Anderson this last time, could set him up. They're going to go down the straight the last time. Anderson crosses to the outside. They're going to go side by side into 1 on the last lap. So half a lap to sort it out. There's nothing in it. Anderson giving his all. Harrison driving beautifully as well. Through they come. Up the hill into the right-hander. Harrison covers. Anderson goes through a crisscross, and he's done it. Anderson goes to the inside and gets that manoeuvre done. So Harrison looks to the outside. They come round onto the last corner. And it's going to be Ewan Anderson. What a race. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That was an absolute corker between those two. And Ewan Anderson's your winner. Riley Harrison in 2nd. Lucas Costanzo finishes in a top drive in 3rd. Blake Purvis is home in 4th. And Ash Manu home in P5. Oscar Corliss, Michael Lampasi, Riley G, Levi Ross, Caden Humphrey, and Alfie Carter, Mitchell Soderstrom, and Jack Jabke. That one, Cadet 12 for Dave Serra's car class, MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.